Good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 6th, 2024. I want to welcome everyone to the first Board of Finance budget hearing for the fiscal 24-25 budget. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we all please rise. Mr. Testani, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Right. To the members of the public, this is the first in a series of Board of Finance budget hearings that will continue throughout March and culminate with this board voting on April 3rd on a recommended budget to send to the RTM for their deliberations and vote. From start to finish, there are 8 hearings scheduled prior to the vote. That includes 5 sessions to hear departments present their budgets, including tonight, 2 tentative sessions that will be held as needed to address the board's follow-up questions or any new information that comes to light, and a public budget hearing on March 30th. The departments and topics to be covered in each hearing will be included on each posted agenda and are also available in advance on a schedule that can be accessed through the homepage of the town website, along with the budget book that we'll be referring to throughout our deliberations. We encourage community participation in the process and will provide multiple ways for residents to engage. First, residents are always encouraged to send comments and questions before or after the meetings to the board at bof@fairfieldct.org. If you do so, please remember to include your name and address in your email as you would with live public comment. In addition, at each hearing, we'll provide a forum for live public comment that's pertinent to the budget topics on that evening's agenda. Live comment can be provided whether members of the public attend the hearing in person or via WebEx. Either way, we'll open up for comments at the beginning of the meeting, and we ask that they be limited to 3 minutes per person. Public comment is a time for residents to make a statement that the board can consider in its deliberations, but it's not an interactive Q&A format. So if residents have questions or want to have a discussion on any particular item, please reach out to board members via email. Lastly, as I previously mentioned, we'll be holding a public hearing on Saturday morning, March 30th. That's another opportunity for residents to have their voices heard on any aspect of the budget or the budget as a whole before the board votes. Before we move to item 3, I want to thank the first Selectman, the Superintendent of Schools, the Budget Director, the Finance Departments of both the town and Fairfield Public Schools, and the entire team for the work that went into preparing this budget. Typically over the years in opening these hearings, the chair makes a statement about the board's role in the budget process, our historical focus on the long term, our credit rating, the big picture in the context of the economy, et cetera. I'm not going to talk about any of that. And I want to keep it super short, but there is one point that I feel I have to make. Budgets are never easy, and understandably, there's a tendency to focus most of the attention on the bottom line, meaning the mill rate increase. And there's a good reason for that. I've yet to meet any resident who doesn't care about taxes and affordability. But a critical part of keeping our town affordable means investing in an efficient, well-run government. Last night, during this board's regular monthly meeting, we heard from the town's internal auditor about audits conducted in 2023 and the findings of those audits. Many of the issues weren't new. Some likely go back many years. As a backdrop to these budget hearings, I would invite members of the public to listen to the board's discussion during that meeting and read the backup materials if you can, including some that we ran out of time to cover. There was a fair amount of frustration expressed by our members. There were themes that connect directly to the decisions to be made in this budget process and for this board to deliberate in the coming weeks and after for capital items. Those themes included antiquated systems and processes, lack of tools and technology, and in some cases, a disturbing absence of internal controls that leave the town exposed to potential financial losses and present unquantified levels of risk. This community has already been down that road, but many of our systems and structures have been slow to evolve or remain unchanged. Dealing with those issues will require, obviously, focus from the town's leadership and establishing a culture of accountability that was not always evident based on what we heard last night. Realistically, it will also require budget resources. We all know the budget is a blueprint for the tangible things our residents care about most. Public safety, our schools, our parks, our beaches, roads, our basic services. But if affordability is also a priority, and I very much believe it is, fixing the types of internal operational issues we heard about last night and committing to measurable actions to modernize must be part of the blueprint. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the administration in the weeks ahead to better understand the extent to which these issues are addressed in our budget. And on behalf of the board, we welcome input from the community. Tonight, we'll kick off the meeting by hearing a summary of the budget from the first selectman and offer the board the opportunity to ask any high-level questions on his presentation. From there, we'll open up to public comment and then hear directly from the departments listed in tonight's agenda. Any member of the public wishing to provide comment via WebEx, please go ahead and put your name and address into the chat box now or at any time before item 4 is introduced and indicate you'd like to be heard. With that, we'll move to item 3, the summary budget presentation. First Selectman Gerber, welcome. Turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Charlton. It's not very well centered, but I just put this page in from the website just, as I go through some of the shortfalls that we have in the management of the town, always keep in mind, and I always do keep in mind what a wonderful, incredible town we have. And my goal in this budget is to make it a better run town so that we're better equipped for dealing with the future and some of the issues that we're going to be facing. During my first 90 days, and if anyone can't see, just please let me know. During my first 90 days, during the first 90 days in office, there were some notable gaps that we actually knew I had a sense of going in from 10 years on the RTM, but some new things became clear to me. Number one, we lacked coordinated legal oversight. That was apparent. One example is how we interact with utility companies, not just United Illuminating, but Eversource as well. Bidding practices, contract reviews, and purchasing procedures that were not consistent and didn't always adhere to policies. And the communication, on that front, we actually have made some significant progress. We've coordinated the legal services. We've moved to a larger firm that doesn't need to farm out as much work. They can act internally, get resources quicker, and significantly, I believe, an upgrade. Communications. We've not been consistent in our communications with the community. And one example is United Illuminating monopoles. But there are others, communications regarding things like SantaCon, what our departments actually do day to day, why they're important, why people are coming to your home to inspect your trees, and why they might cut trees down, things like that. We have not had a consistent point of contact. So my understanding from talking to people is that when things happened that required communications in town, they often were farmed to different people, depending who happened to be in the office at the time. There was a lack of consistency. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback so far with a dedicated communications professional with 20 years of experience. Constituent services. One of the issues that we have now is that I think we used to be able to track constituent complaints better with our old website. We have a new website and a new system that, quite frankly, doesn't work. We've gotten a lot of complaints from both the public and the department heads that we need a new system in order to better track and provide feedback to our constituents and ensure that we resolve their issues. Cash flow projections and money management. We do not currently perform cash flow projections. I cannot overstate how difficult this is for the town in order to manage our money at the lowest possible risk with the highest possible return. We must implement a cash flow projection system and a professional money management system. We're starting that process right now. Capital planning. We did not have a reliable capital planning system when I came into office, with a lot of help from the chairwoman. We scoped out a format, and we're currently in the process of looking at systems to be able to update regularly in a reliable way so that we know what major projects, all projects that are on the horizon, how much we think they're going to cost based on the most recent estimates, and what sort of funds we have stacked against them. And I'd like to point out that when I when I first got into office, in one of the first meetings I was here, I said our capital planning spreadsheet was riddled with errors. This process has brought to light the fact that there were $38 million of capital projects that had been approved but not bonded and were not included in that list. So when we were looking at capital projects for the upcoming year, we were excluding significant capital projects that should have been included in our projections for the amount of bonding that we needed to do in the year. Human resources and policies, human resource policies and training. There was a lot of discussion 4 years ago about doing a VRIP, and that putting part of the voluntary incentive, the incentive buyout program, and that performance review processes were going to be put in place, files were going to be kept more carefully, and training was going to be put into place. Our human resource department is strong, has been upgraded. I believe we have good people there, but they are swamped, and they have not gotten to the point where we can say that we have a well-functioning human resource system. And part of the problem that they're facing is real issues in their systems, including the payroll system. So staff performance reviews, I just mentioned that. Human resource systems and processes. It's not just the payroll system, it's also the pension calculation and payout system. We are at significant risk of mistakes. They happen quite a lot. It causes not only a lot of time and effort to fix the mistakes, but also some very bad will with some of our employees. And ethics. We have a whistleblower system currently. It does not go to an independent party. It goes directly into the town, into the Human Resources Department, then gets forwarded to our legal department. We need to implement a whole system a new system for complaints and resolutions, and we actually need to, I think, take a look at our ethics policies from top to bottom, because they're very, very narrow right now. So Here I've listed, and that's just a few. I mean, last night at the Board of Finance meeting, we talked about the dump and the town dump, and how we need to put in a system that better tracks and ensures that, you know, people are paying the appropriate amounts for what they're bringing in. So administration priorities. I've talked a lot about these, and you can see them on the left. Complete streets. We are reconfiguring the way we look at street paving and coordinating between paving and engineering. That was something that was really not in place before, and it required some structural changes to the way the two departments interact with each other. Sewer systems, I think everyone's aware, we're managing the WPCA in a way that has never been managed before, at least in recent years, where our acting head of DPW is taking significant control over the operations and planning of that group. Part of the reason for that is we're going to be making significant investments, and those cannot all be, at least we don't believe, funded by sewer fees. Flood resiliency. We are this year in the process of bringing on board as sort of, or hopefully we will soon be bringing on someone who will sort of act as a owner's rep for our flood resiliency planning. Someone that will not be bidding on contracts, that we feel will be representing the town, will help us through an RFP process or an RFQ process with an engineering and planning firms in order to come up with a town-wide master plan. First responder facilities. I think we talked, I believe we've talked about this somewhat. I can't recall if we talked about this last night at all. But the dispatch center has not functioned as planned. We are under the guidance of Mr. Becker. We are reconfiguring the way that works. I think the police are extremely happy about the fact that this will be not reporting into the police in the future. We're going to have a independent person running that facility, bringing back the captain that was running that facility, who felt that he actually did not have all the skills to make that work as efficiently as it should be.
Madam Chair, can we ask questions as we're going, or are we waiting till the end?
Let's wait till the end, and then we'll pause for questions on the presentation before going to the.
Thank you.
Sure.
The town administration efficiency. We, as I think I've mentioned many times, we do not have a well-functioning payroll system. We do not have a well-functioning capital planning system or a purchasing system. There are modules in our accounting system, Munis, that may be able to handle that. They require an enormous amount of work to implement. We do not have the right, we have some great people, but they're fully engaged with their day-to-day work. We need an operations team to help implement systems that will make our town more efficient. Now, I've received a couple of emails from people saying, I don't want to invest. I got an email today from someone who said, I really don't want to invest in your laptops, your Apple, AirBooks or whatever. I hope people understand that they should be scared to have a town that doesn't have a functioning purchasing system, a cash flow projection system, and policies around money management. These are things that open us up to significant risk, and we need to get these done, and I'm determined to do it. I'm going to, I believe most of this is pretty self-evident, and I don't want to take up too much time. I touched on the major initiatives. So I just want to skip to some of the investments we're making in this budget in people. My goal is to establish leadership to implement transformations of operations, finance, legal, policy, and communications. And that will be a theme probably tonight. Some of these things you cannot just make happen. We had this conversation last night. It would be great to have a new system in place at the dump. It won't happen through magic. It's going to happen with people leading that project and pushing it through and tracking it and make sure it happens. I can say that for at least 10 projects. We had significant wage increases, collective bargaining catch-up for many departments, especially the Board of Ed and Fire, two notable ones. For Fire, the contract terms have required us to increase the fire department by 4 firefighters, but we've also put into the budget an increase in the number of lieutenants to allow for promotions that would allow for more senior officers to staff to be part of, during an alarm, to be on all of the, the fire trucks and make sure that there's someone senior on them. And I'm going to let, I'm sure David Becker will be able to speak better to that. We've added a natural resource specialist to the Conservation Department. That the Conservation Department had teen librarian. This had become a part-time position. It was very difficult for the part-time teen people sort of filling in that role to keep up with the demand. And Scott Jarzenbeck had seen an increased demand at the main library, where in the past it was mainly at Fairfield Woods. According to Scott, and he can speak more to this later, seems like teens have discovered that the main library has an amazing teen room, and the regional 911 center, which I just spoke about. So we've done a couple of things in this budget to make it just a 1.8% increase, and also to effectively use some of our excess surplus and reserves. First of all, we used $1.1 million from debt service reserves to service debt in 2025. I think that's what it's there for, and we leveled it off with so that it would be close to last year's debt service. We reduced the internal service fund by $1 million. This is for the self-insured medical benefits. I think this board and boards past have tried to bring that balance down by not funding it, but it did not go down. It continued to go up. So we are, I think it was like $7.5 million, significantly more than needed, and we're using $1 million of that to offset the spending. Currently, I believe we're projecting close to $9 million of surplus this year. So if you look at our expenses, historic expenses and our taxes, the 3.74% increase this year is completely in line with past 3 years. COVID 2021 is not in here. That was an anomaly. And if you go to the tax dollars levied, it is actually lower this year than in the past 3 years. Looking at it slightly differently, with the 3-year averages in there, you can see that we're in line with the 3-year averages. And I'll get to the non-tax revenue in a minute. But when you get down to the second to last line on the bottom in green to the right, you can see that our grand list growth was minuscule compared to prior years. So if you look at our 1.81% increase, which I believe is now 1.8%. I kept this in line with the budget book. There were some small adjustments at the Board of Selectmen table, but I didn't put those changes in here so that this would align with the budget book. The 1.81% would be, well, on the next slide, I'll show actually below the approved 90.99% from prior year had we had the same level of grand list growth as last year. Another look at our budgets. You can see that this year is completely in line with past years. Another look at what grand list growth does to your budget. This shows in blue the grand list growth, in green, I'm sorry. That grand list growth translates, using the mill rates in those years, translates to actual tax revenue, $13.1 million in 2022, dropping to $4 million in 2024, and $1.3 million this year. So here are some of the drivers. You look at the...
Excuse me to interrupt. Can you have the screen size brought up maybe 20% higher? No, I don't have that. I don't have a set of documents.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Walsh. Okay. So looking at the budget drivers, the $13.4 million increase. Board of Education, which we'll discuss a bit later, we cut $1.5 million from the Board of Education and restored about a little over $200,000 to that because of our understanding that the Board of Education reserved at the very, very high end of the range of healthcare increase. We had heard initially that it was going to be 2% to 7% increase. They reserved for 7%, offset by some attrition. Then we had heard it was actually going to be closer to 2. That announcement came out yesterday. It was 2. That covered 1.3 million, more or less, of the 1.5, but we agreed with a motion by Ms. Kupchik at the Board of Selectmen table to restore the 200,000 or so. But the increase in the Board of Ed budget was driven by mainly by a collective bargaining agreement with, I believe it was about a 4.5% increase in the current year, but also a significant FTE increase of 38.15. And you can probably ask Superintendent Tastani when he's here about that. Shared expenses, we discussed, or no, we haven't discussed yet. The contribution to surplus, we did not make that contribution or not planning to make that contribution this year. So that's a net benefit of $1.2 million. The town is mainly $2.9 million in salary and offset by contingency is increase and includes the final collective bargaining agreements. The FTE increase is 7, which is 4 contractual for fire, 1 police, 1 conservation, and 1 teen librarian, and an increase in the pension contribution of $1.1 million. On interest income, a big positive on that front of $3.2 million. and an increase of 0.8 million in the pilot, the payment in lieu of taxes grant from the state. We've also increased the way station fees by 0.7. And the reason for that is the charges from Wheelabrator, the 5-year contract was renegotiated, quote unquote, because we don't really have any other options, but those charges went up significantly. The 0.7 covers a big portion of that on the trash side, not so much on the recycling side. And finally, at the bottom, 2021 to 2024 grand list growth of $1 billion, and includes in 2024 was 145 million of that. 2025 was only 45 million. I don't think you need the budget timeline. And finally, our interim CFO, David Becker, budget director, Frank, finance department, and the whole team, all the department heads and the staff spent a huge amount of time on this, working the numbers and presenting to us, and we thank them very much for their hard work. And our elected officials and volunteers, we thank you for serving on boards, commissions, committees, and task forces. And in my opinion, that's one of the things that makes Fairfield more special than other towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber. And I just, in case board members didn't see it, in the back of the printed package you have, or in the back of tonight's backup, there's also job descriptions for several positions, including some of the new ones that are in the budget. So just so
Madam Chair.
everyone's aware. Yes.
So I also brought along some job descriptions of the former CAO, if anyone would want to see that and compare them to,
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, so before we move to public comment, and I just want to note that as part of the departments, that are presenting tonight, we do have the first Selectman's office and finance, health, human services, library. So also tax collector and IT. So detailed questions relating to those items, if they were covered in this summary presentation, perhaps we can wait until the agenda item comes up, but any questions from the board on the overall presentation? Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, why are we just getting these job descriptions today? Once again,
Jim, they were in
once
the
again-
backup. They are
once
in the
again,
Google sheet.
we're getting
They were
today.
there. No, they were there. We have a Google sheet. I personally emailed everyone about this. They are attached there. They were provided. And I believe the Board of Selectmen had them as well.
Okay, Mr. Gerber, let's talk about the resiliency, flood resiliency you talked about. What's the process for that? When do you see us having a number? When are those hundreds of millions of dollars going to be going into the capital fund to pay for that?
I don't know what the expense is going to be.
Well, so far, I guess the best number we have right now is part of the Army Corps of Engineer, correct? So that's,
No, I
no,
don't think so.
okay, what's the best number we have?
I don't have a number for you.
Okay, but you know that's not the most accurate number?
I know that I don't think anyone plans on executing that plan.
Oh, okay. What plan are you planning on executing?
We're planning on putting together a master flood resiliency plan.
Have you seen any numbers?
No.
None at all?
I don't believe I've seen any that are credible.
Okay. What's the process you see this as this rolling out?
Well, look, we have a flood and erosion control board that has a lot of ideas. This came about because they originally, in the ARPA funds, asked for a wave intensity study for the purpose of determining whether or not it would make sense to build, structures offshore. This was in the original ARPA allocation. further discussion with Coastal Engineering and some of the work that's been done off of Staten Island that cost something over $100 million. I think we decided that was not practical. And originally, we were going to reallocate that to a flood and erosion master plan for the town, which would include practical, approvable, like deep approvable projects that might include dunes or whatever, but also include the riverine issues that we have. And could not come to an agreement as to what that should look like. So that's why I think we are now in the process of hiring sort of an expert that's going to guide us through what an RFQ or RFP should look like. So we're going to hire a firm to help us put together a master plan for the town. We don't have one. We have an old one that was not really put together by professionals. It was done mainly internally.
Okay, is that money for the master plan in this year's budget?
We don't know how much it's going to cost. It could be $100,000. It could be, we have no idea really. This is going to be an exploratory process, and we'll come back.
Okay, so the answer I guess I just heard is you have $0 in this year's budget for anything to do with the master plan and hiring any experts. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, where's that money going to come from?
Well, probably be coming from surplus or coming back to you and asking you for money if that's a substantial amount of money. If it's not, we'll have to find a way to cover it.
Well, it just seems as though if that's your priority to do, it should have been budgeted for, even if it was $100,000. Some number, a holding number, $50,000, some amount of dollars. If that's part of your plan on what you plan on doing in the next year, there should be some money in this budget.
Yeah,
Not responsible budgeting, not doing it that way.
That's fair enough. I mean, we can, feel free to make an adjustment, but we also have, likely are going to have another potentially round of ARPA reallocations.
Okay. Earlier in your presentation and last night.
Mr. Walsh, before you move on to a different topic, can I just follow up on that?
Sure.
Just related to that. I do believe that we had money in the ARPA plan for the flood study that we diverted due to concerns about the timing and the ability to get that executed before deadlines. But I imagine that Mr. Walsh's concern is a valid one, that if there is money to be spent this year, that it's accounted for. But I imagine
the problem, and I agree with you, except we actually have no idea what this is going to entail.
no,
So I'd be, that was the problem. We were originally going to reallocate the wave intensity study for a flood and erosion master plan, but bringing in the Flood and Erosion Control Board and having meetings, there was no consensus on what this should actually include. So we didn't really have a sense for, what it's going to cost us at all. So it would have been a plug, a placeholder. Yeah.
But I appreciate that, and until the scope is defined, it's hard to figure out what the cost will be. But I do think the point that I was trying to make is that there are dollars available that were originally in that ARPA master list, which have been moved for deadline purposes. But at least that money is available if needed.
It should be available, and I'm also really concerned about the timeline for the Rooster River project. We've got, what, 2.7 million, David? And that project that's a really risky item to have. And we've been saying that all along. And for what, it's going to become very clear that very soon, because the current deadline for that, we're hitting up against, even right now, going out to bid and getting bids back and accepting bids of going into like November, December. And that's not a place we want to be.
Totally understand and agree. My point is that I recognize, and I think we all do, that money is fungible. So to the extent that town dollars are used for the Rooster River because of the timing, that's additional money that could be used for this study, right? And so I just wanted to raise the point that isn't necessarily $0 available for the cost of this plan.
right.
That, and just to follow that point too, Craig, so you mentioned a person that you're going to hire. Is that going to be a town employee? Is it going to be a consultant? How much dollars are we talking about? Are they going to receive benefits?
No,
Which
no, no.
person?
What
Karen?
is,
No, we're talking about a
the
consultant.
first selectman said he was going to hire
A
someone
consultant.
for the flood resilience.
Oh, for the consultant, gotcha. I didn't know.
Consultant, someone who works, with Circa and someone that can guide us through the RFP process
Okay,
and
so
guide this project.
How much is allocated for that?
I mean, this is just a new idea that came out last week. Look, I think this is going to be helpful, but I have no idea how much it's going to cost.
So would Mr. Walsh and Mr. Testani be talking about the same expenditure? Okay.
No,
Well,
I think they're talking about two different expenditures. One is we need somebody with the right knowledge to help us figure out who to hire and what the scope should be for a master plan. Because if we leave it up to certain internal people, it may not actually meet the appropriate needs of the town. So we're going to have some advice from people that have done this before, worked with other towns on developing flood and erosion master plans, because
and that's in this budget.
yeah, I mean, what Mr. Walsh said, years ago, oh, no, I'm sorry, I think that should be de minimis, honestly, that person. But what comes out of what that person will be hired to do could be expensive, and we don't know what it is yet.
And that, excuse me, and that would be a capital item, I mean, the project. But in terms of the study and the consultant, how much, so we transferred, I don't recall, how much money, putting aside Rooster River, because we haven't made that transfer yet, how much money did we move into paving and ARPA because we had all these other projects that couldn't get it done in time?
I can get you the exact, but roughly 2.5.
2.5 million, okay. And that was sort of, that wasn't ideal. That wasn't what anybody intended when we first got that ARPA money, but it's a way to not have to pay the ARPA money back. So if, that's a lot for paving. And, certainly if it's a choice between that and having to write a check back to the federal government, we can do that. But I think if there are these small amounts for these studies or consultants or whatever, I would just say, and we don't know what they are yet, that's another avenue to have them covered as this begins to take shape. Just a thought. Other questions? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Becker, did you have something?
No, I agree. I think we're going to take, because of Rooster River, our original intent was that if that had been included, that was going to be it for ARPA. But based on what transpired on the Rooster River item, I think we're going to ultimately, and what we've now gotten back from the Army Corps, we're going to have one more crack at the ARPA dollars. That hopefully then is the final one. I think even with the studies, we just want to balance making sure that we can encumber and then expend in the timeframes. But it would seem that with a study for the master plan, we're talking about something that would take place, Q3 for this year, Q1, 2 next year, and hopefully be wrapped up. So that shouldn't put it at risk. So that, and there's a few other items that came across on the board. So I think when we do that, that we can look at including it. Our problem right now, and what we're trying to now see what we can do if we want to do something like that in this timeline, is that and this is where bringing a consultant in, is it's become clear that the expertise internally and also sort of when we're working with flood and erosion, and I think you've heard that message at even some of the multiple board meetings, it's clear that a direction and some guidance is necessary. And that's where sometimes you just have to tap resources outside that have that experience. So we're trying to, with existing budget dollars and smaller amounts, bring someone in a very targeted way to then give us the guidance to get this and get it moving. So this doesn't sit for another year and a half and become an expenditure that we don't have resources for.
Okay. All right. Did anyone who hasn't asked a question have a question before we Have any more follow-ups? Okay. Mr. Walsh?
If we were going to use some of the ARPA money, when would that have to be expended, like invoiced for? December 31st?
Yeah.
Well,
And-
encumbered, right?
Yeah.
And then we have 2 more years to write the check,
To
right?
write
Yeah.
the check.
Yeah.
But the issue with Rooster River, we've been back and forth on this. There was a desire to leave that money in the Rooster River line, but the timeline for ARPA, the timeline is really, really tight. So at some point, if we continue along that timeline that basically engineering has put together, there will come a time very soon that we're not going to want to risk it.
Okay, is anybody, we got a presentation regarding this whole thing regarding the flood resiliency recently, and,
Rooster River, right?
well, I think it was not only for Rooster River, but and there was a gentleman who presented on.
For during Penfield?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was, and a lot of this project comes from his work. So when you mentioned,
Go ahead, go ahead.
no, a lot of this project will come from his work because and this was a really practical way of going about it by doing a 10-year and a 25-year and a 50-year flood study, which is very different from what the Army Corps of Engineers did, which I think was like a 500-year flood. And, how do you set up a fortress, from the town? And that's not practical. I think, the race consultants basically also said they would never get approved. The cost benefit wasn't there. We could never get reimbursed from FEMA, so just not practical. But the things that we're looking at with race would be more like natural, sort of like dunes and, beach engineering. And there's definitely practical considerations we understand, along, the beach club and all that. But this plan will have to be something practical that could actually get implemented.
Okay, 2 things I guess I have questions about. One, there was talk that maybe the administration should meet with DEEP to see what's even possible first before you even get started. Has anybody reached out to DEEP to try to get a meeting to see what they would even permit?
Yeah, I mean, I have talked to DEEP. Haven't had a meeting with them to ask what they would permit. They were not willing to have that conversation until Penfield was in process or even maybe remediated. So yeah, maybe it's time to actually try to set that up again because we have started work.
Okay. Following that meeting, I got a couple of calls from questions that were asked about whether the town would actually be taking by eminent domain properties along Fairfield Beach Road to install whatever you wanted to do as your remediation measures, and also from members of the beach club who are concerned about what you may require, or the fact that you may even take by eminent domain parts of the beach club, if not the whole beach club. So where do you stand on that issue? And how can you assure the public that their properties, very expensive properties down on Fairfield Beach Road, their views won't be blocked, and their houses or properties won't be either taken by eminent domain to do what you and the committees decide you want to do in regards to the remediation and the flood resiliency?
I've actually never heard. I mean, I understand why people might be concerned, but it's not a discussion I've had. So I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves. It's probably not related to the budget. I don't know where those came from, but it sounds pretty like a horrible idea to me.
Well, it was brought up that night when we had the race people in here because of some of the ways to stop the flooding. They said, yeah, we would have to take some property by eminent domain.
I actually don't remember that.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mottola? Yeah. Talking to the mic.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you talk a little bit about what are the problems and issues that we're having as a town with our payrolls? And I mean, how is it done currently? Are there a lot of mistakes in the payroll processing? What are the issues you're seeing there?
There are a lot of mistakes, and the issue is we don't have a functioning payroll system. We don't use Munis payroll. We use components of Munis, but we don't use the Munis payroll module. So a lot of these calculations, including the taxes, are done by hand.
So if there's an error in the calculations for withholding and so on and so forth, we're responsible for that.
We are, and we get complaints all the time. You know, there's some of them have been very public. I really feel for our HR department because part of it is in HR, part of it's in finance. It's just a struggle to get it done, and there are mistakes all the time. So it wasn't just that it took all that time to get the firefighters contract in place. It's actually that people are having, and retirees are, with their benefits, and which is a different, issue. But we have systems in place that aren't really functioning. They're very manual.
So that one of the issues with the firefighters, when the contract was settled, getting the retroactive pay, it took a long time, and it was because we just have inadequate systems in place to calculate those types of things.
Yeah, we don't really have, contracts loaded up in the system where it's easy to just change, the basic drivers of it, and then it automatically updates. So a lot of it is really manual.
And you said something to the effect, we have Munis. I know that can that function be done by Munis?
So we actually got Munis payroll, and I believe we still actually have it. I'm not sure if we gave it up. It's expensive, but it was never implemented because we just don't have the operations, drivers to like push something like that through. Got a bunch of people who are trying to keep their head above water. If they allocated a person to, implement Munis payroll, it would be, pretty much a full-time FTE for a long period of time. And they'd have to have the right skills.
John, do you mind if I follow up on that?
Madam Chair, could I, before you continue, can I just make a clarification?
Yep.
Just on the retro side, I don't think that for the retro, I don't think that Munis would be able to calculate a retroactive payment. So just on that piece, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah, but I guess,
as far as implement.
Frank, the issue with calculating the retroactive pay, what I'm hearing is why it took so long was because we just don't have the proper systems in place to perform that calculation. Is that, and I'm not being critical of anyone, is that a fair statement?
I don't think systems really had a part to play in it. I know there was a lot of, I don't want to get into the fire arbitration in that calculation too much, but, I know there was a lot of public stuff about it, but, when I was reading it, some of it was a little disingenuous because there was a schedule that the firefighters received that was very clear on where they would get the calculations, and then there were some complaints after that. So that's just with that piece. I don't think the systems really would have helped because that was a very complicated contract that added steps and longevity and really changed the way that they were paid.
Hang on, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on this particular item.
Yeah.
You actually.
But my short answer is the system wouldn't have helped make that happen any quicker.
Okay.
For the retro. For the
going forward part that took a long time as well, it would have.
Yeah, the going forward part's a different piece. I'm just speaking to the retro.
Well, I just want to make a comment, and I've heard this now from a couple of HR directors. I remember Mr. Hazelkamp talking about that it was one of his major struggles was getting a payroll out every 2 weeks, which was shocking to me. And sounds like we purchased the Munis payroll module. We never implemented it. We have errors that cause issues for our employees and create risk of financial penalty for the town if they're not fixed. And the only way to fix this is to throw bodies at it, which is not a good way to do it because that's a never-ending process and doesn't, help in terms of accuracy unless we implement a solution, which is extremely basic. I mean, payroll should be set it and forget it. Like this should not be a major, struggle of the HR department. It's crazy that that's the case. So I would just say, I hope we can get a payroll system in place that can automate these tasks that we're doing, because we have, again, if anyone's been through a DOL audit, we can have substantial risks, and it's not fair to employees, and it's expensive to run it the way we're doing it.
Can I just?
Yeah.
One point. So the first thing, when I came in was like, we gotta get this off our plate. We should just outsource the whole thing. And then when calling around and talking to some other towns, there was some pushback on that, because they said it actually may be more helpful for HR, but it is, you still have issues. Like if you outsource to ADP, you're still going to have issues on connecting that part to the finance end of it. There's no like cure-all for this, but, there are a lot of towns that do it in-house, a lot of cities that do. Bridgeport does. I think they do it pretty well, from what I understand. It requires, there's a decision to be made, there. It's a real decision. It's not as simple as I originally hoped it would be.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Ruggiero, did you have a?
Yes, how much is in the budget for all these systems? Particularly, you're talking about payroll right now. And I know we're going to do the IT budget later, but I don't see a significant increase or anything there. So I'm wondering how much is in there to fix the problem?
Well, we do have an operations person in the budget who's going to be responsible for all of this. And some of these systems we actually own. We own some of these modules. So it's actually just getting it done, leading these efforts.
So you're talking about the new operations role that we're going to talk about, I assume, when we
Yeah.
cover that budget?
Yeah.
So that's one of the lines in the
That's
job
one of the
description?
lines. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Testani?
I just have a question that sort of actually concerned me a little, because I think you said that the 911 emergency dispatch will no longer be under the auspices of the Fairfield Police. Is that correct?
Right. It's going to be run by a person that is neither in police or in fire, which is what they're doing in other regions that are successful with this.
Okay, and so there's no police presence, no police accountability in an emergency dispatch center. Is that, am I hearing?
I'm not
that
sure I
correctly?
understand the question, but David's the expert on
Well,
this.
let me rephrase it. You just said that an emergency dispatch center, the ECC, which this board and the town and the police have put a lot of money into, will have no connection in a,
Well, there's-
let me finish, in a supervisory role or any other role with any police presence. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Well, I'll let David answer this, but that is the model, the best practice model.
Best practice model from whom? Who decided that was the best practice model?
I'll let David speak to that.
Most of the centers are not run directly by.
What center specifically?
Exactly.
Well,
Bridgeport, our
we're not
nearest
Bridgeport. So
neighbor.
what other towns
Okay.
comparable to Fairfield
Can-
would
let's-
be,
Let's let them answer, please.
Dispatch.
would
Let's
be
go
the
up-
same?
Let's go up
Explain
and
that
down
to
the
me.
line. The majority of the centers are not run simply by.
Which
a
ones?
cop that's
Give me
been
some
designated.
specifics.
Like I just gave examples.
You didn't. You said many
Well,
towns. You said Bridgeport,
Bridgeport,
which is not even
regional
close.
dispatch
Chairman,
center.
look at the hostility here.
Stamp-
Yeah, listen,
I'm asking
All right.
questions that I'm entitled.
okay, time out.
I'm sorry, it's hostile. I'm concerned about Fairfield's well-being.
If you don't
The
understand
residents
what
of this
we're
town
Hang on, stop.
have a right to be
Stop.
protected by the Fairfield
Right.
Police.
Jack, you have to let him respond to your question. I understand your concern. You have to let him respond to your question. And, what I also heard was that the police did not think that this belonged under them. And the person running it from the police department did not believe they had the appropriate skill set. So let's let them answer, please.
It's not being completely separated from the police or the fire department. Each of them has a communications officer that will be designated. In the instance of the Fairfield Police Department, the currently designated captain will be moved back to the police department, primarily doing police-related duties inside of that building. However, when something specific to the police department needs somebody to address it, that is the primary point of contact. Same as the fire department, who is the other arm of response in this town. It is not just police, has not had anybody in a full-time capacity there for the entire existence of the current construct, the prior construct. It's been, I believe, back since the 90s that they had anybody actually sitting there doing that, and that was back when firefighters were dispatching. The fire department will have their communications liaison, which is an assistant chief that will be designated as a primary. Much like our partners in Westport for the police department and the fire department related communications back up to the interlocal board, and same for New Canaan, where they have a fire department representative on their matters. However, best practices are moving to having somebody who is not necessarily a sworn police or fire officer running the facility. Instead, they're a communications expert, and they run the day-to-day operations of the facility and then report back to, in our instance, a control board that has both of the towns that are partners, which is directly Fairfield and Westport, and then liaise with the 4 counterparties to do with police or fire, or in the instance of fire managing EMS matters through the facility. It's moving the center to best practices. It's taking a captain and moving them back to policing matters in the day of, we've spoken, I believe, at length over the years of the police accountability bill and other complexities. So it's putting sworn officers back into that building doing those functions. One of the problems that we've had with communications, having a director that has been the ECC from police, is it is not necessarily going to be a communications expert in the same way as going out and finding someone who actually on a day-to-day basis in the past has run a facility of this size and of this complexity. It's oftentimes designated to the newest person who's been promoted into captain, or the one they think is best within that construct. And that may have worked at certain times if you had frankly, I go back to Don Smith as somebody who was also a rare breed of police officer and communications expert. But outside of that, you're not ever guaranteed that you're going to get that level of a caliber running that facility. The police department's on board, the fire department's on board, our partners in Westport are on board, and we're more than happy to go down the line and start providing them. But we started off by naming the 2 largest municipalities in Fairfield County as being run that way.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up on that, Mr. Testani?
Do you have any written reports from any of these other communities, anything in writing from the chief, the deputy chief, the captain that moved over that stipulates the changes you just discussed?
We can ask this during the police budget,
Okay.
if that works.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Walsh?
Yes. This is kind of interesting. I've worked for a number of organizations. Payroll errors are common. That Monday before payroll's coming, those departments and all HR departments are buzzing. There are different changes. There's different overtime numbers coming in. There's all sorts of changes of things all over the place. We get hired ADP, but the bottom line is it's garbage in and it's garbage out. And that's the problem. The key thing on those things, when you drill down on them, because I've drilled down on them in organizations, is the personnel who are entering it. It's the onboarding people. It's the process on how they get the changes in everyone's hours and things like that. It's really interesting because Bill, I heard you say it last night, and then I heard you say it tonight. Tonight you used that we have a payroll system deficiency. Those are your words. I wrote it down. Last night you said the payroll system is broken. Hey, you caught my attention right there. I mean, we're the Board of Finance. I mean, what's 60% of the budget payroll? Something like that. I mean, it's concerning. Tell me how it's broken. Are people not being paid in this town?
I think you should come and visit and talk to the people in HR and in finance. They will say that it's broken, at least the people that I interact with. There's a lot of mistakes. So people are getting paid, but that's That's kind of a strange question, Mr. Walsh, because people are getting paid, but it's about percentages. How many people are getting the wrong paycheck? How many people are getting the wrong withholding? It should be zero, and that should be the goal. But, you know, every once in a while, there's going to be a mistake. The mistakes here are much larger than acceptable, and everyone that's involved in this knows it. So, you know, if you go up and down and talk to some of your contacts in other towns, they'll tell you they have a system. We don't.
How do we pay payroll right now? Do we use Munis? Is payroll paid through Munis? Well, Mr. Becker, I should ask. He's the CFO. How do we pay payroll right now? Is it paid through, do we use Munis to pay it?
Munis modules are not fully being utilized. That's
I'm
one
not
of the
asking
issues
whether
we
they're
have.
fully being utilized. Are they being utilized at all? That's the
Of course
question.
they are.
Yes,
I didn't ask you, Bill. I'm asking our CFO, right? He runs the finance department.
Yeah.
Right? Are they being used?
absolutely. But we are not utilizing, same as we talked with other modules, we're not using them to their fullest capacity, and we're running into issues, as you mentioned, between the finance department, HR, other departments in town. One of the problems that we have, and we've allocated, HR did it through their fees, but we're working on bringing in Munis to try to maximize our use of the module and also work on what the flow is. So to your point, garbage in, garbage out, well, starting out at the other departments, moving through HR and moving out through finance and then out to the ultimate paycheck. There's definitely elements of that's broken. There's controls that are broken. And we do believe that, yes, utilizing the Munis module or perhaps switching to a different module for some of it. We have time and attendance issues. We brought that up. DPW is still using punch card clocks. Talking about garbage in, garbage out in 2024. You're not going to get your best end result with that. So that's what we're trying to look at. We're trying to look at the complete flow, where things should or shouldn't be. We're trying to make sure that there's proper checks and balances in it and that we're using the right software. So just because we have and use something, it may not be the right thing, or we may need to use it to its fullest potential. And that's what we're trying to do.
I've been in public office since 1998. RTM, Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance. There's never brought to our attention any problem with the payroll system.
What?
Now,
It was the first thing Ms. Kupchak brought to us.
which on what?
We budgeted money in, I think, the first budget. I think
Or
no, one of the first initiatives was, I think she rightly pointed out the issue that we were using paper, time sheets. And
Yeah.
we looked at Kronos, we approved 3 budgets in a row. I'm just gonna, and listen, I think to your point,
I'm not talking about time and attendance.
right, but that's part of it. That's part of
not
garbage in.
About that.
Jim,
I'm talking about
garbage
people
in.
getting paychecks.
I know, but that's garbage in, garbage out. So from end to end, time has to be captured. We have part-time employees, we have employees on the clock.
Mhm.
Their time has to be captured, there has to be input, there has to be controls to make sure that we're not paying phantom employees, that deductions are calculated correctly, that they're remitted correctly, the whole cycle. We've heard elements of this. I've heard it from Ms. Kupchak. I've heard it from Mr. Hazelkamp. I've heard it from Ms. Simpson. And I've only been on the board a little more than 4 years, but I have heard that this is a big challenge. And I don't think this should be a challenge for us. This should be, to me, something easy. Like we should not, in my opinion, have to draw a lot of bodies over getting payroll correct. Or be in a position where we have to take 3 months to calculate a retro for a union. So I don't know where this conversation is going, but what I will say is that it sounds like the administration has identified an issue. It's not a new one. I've heard about it before. And they have said that one of the goals of this new operations person is going to be to lead an effort to help fix it. I'm good with that. So, and we are going to have the HR department here before us. And we can ask those same challenging questions. I've also heard concerns from them about internal controls in this, by the way. So I'm convinced that we need to do something, but I'm not sure what the concerns are here.
All right, can I take it back now? You kind of
Yes.
you jumped on my question. And I'd appreciate if you just let me finish my questioning. You have a habit of jumping in on people's questions.
My apologies.
And I would appreciate if you try it.
And go ahead and finish.
Okay. So what I was getting back to saying is, I have not really heard anything about this since 1998, other than the time and attendance stuff that we did fund for 3 years. And nothing's been done with that at all, at all. I mean, the current HR director has been here long enough. She's been here for what, 2 years, 3 years already? And she's done nothing with it. She did nothing with it at all. We keep funding it. I brought it up during budget meetings. Why don't we just take this out? Why does it keep getting refunded?
May I
So-
answer that?
What?
May I?
Sure.
You're making my point for me, Mr. Walsh. We don't have the right people to make several of these projects happen. We need leadership because the HR person is underwater with policy. We are missing policies. We're missing procedures. We have people getting paid in ways that people didn't know we had people getting the wrong withholding. We had people getting paid severance that shouldn't be getting paid severance, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So, we've got an HR head who is underwater, and
Mhm.
we need an operations person to make some of this stuff come to fruition. And that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the leadership to make these things happen. And maybe in a year or two, we won't need those people anymore, but we need to make these things happen.
Bill, I hear you, but my point is that Ms. Kupchik hired some of the people down in the HR department. I heard it, she's referred to it as the best HR department the town has ever had in its history. Now, I can never challenge her because I wasn't going to go back 375 years to challenge that, okay? So, and then now they're pretty much you've decided you want them as your HR department. And we have a lot of people down there. We spend a lot of money. We changed it all around. We added positions, but we're not solving problems there.
But
We're not solving problems. These same problems are still there, no matter how many people we add to that department.
I would respond that having looked at other HR departments, we actually don't have a large HR department. So, looking at comps to other towns, which we've been doing, it's like a modest HR department, and they're swamped. So we need the right people doing, Kathleen Simpson is not, I'm sorry, our HR head is not an IT person. She's not a project management person. That's what we need. I think they were shortchanged, honestly. So now we're trying to get them the right resources this year to hopefully get some of these things done. There's several things here. And I remember, with the capital planning issues that I raised, you were very skeptical of that there are certain things if we're going to be a well-run town, we're going to have to make some investments in some of these processes and systems. Hopefully we'll get them done within the next 12 months and we'll see where it goes. But we need to be, look around at some of our surrounding towns. They're just better run than we are.
Madam Chair, Jim, just a
And
fair point.
what is this HR department size? Have you compared them to other towns? Are we like half the size of a
No, we're not.
Like,
We're not half.
compare
We're
our HR department to like Westport or Darien.
Smaller than we are. But for a town our size, you go take a look at Greenwich, go take a look at West Hartford.
Greenwich is a lot
Yeah.
richer, and it's got a lot more things going on there.
I would say that like, and I may not have mentioned it here, but, in the past, we had a first selectman's office with, half a chief of staff, and everyone, was a full chief of staff. It got cut because people thought it wasn't right to have a full chief of staff. And now looking at it now, like, that's the way Fairfield wants to be. We're going to have a lot more problems going forward that are going to cost a hell of a lot more than the cost of getting decent leadership, and the right numbers in place. I think it's short-sighted to skimp, on that kind of leadership and project management leadership. We have to get these projects in place. Look at our purchasing. We don't have a purchasing module. If you went in today and asked for some analysis on our purchasing, it would be really hard to produce something for you. Like, it's just, we don't have a module. I believe every other town I've seen would be able to do things that we can't do. So, it's just a matter of getting up to speed. Hopefully, hopefully we can within a reasonable amount of time, but it's going to be a push. It's going to be a lot of work. I mean, we're going to have to work through it. I think we have the will to do it. We just need the resources.
Okay, you mentioned earlier that the percentages of mistakes, what percentage of mistakes are being made on a payroll basis?
I don't have that.
You said they're a lot higher than normal, or they should be. So what, so where do you get that?
I suggest we defer this for Ms. Simpson. She may have some of these. In fact, maybe we can ask her to be prepared for this discussion so that she
Yeah.
can give more color.
She should be very prepared.
Yeah,
I'm just telling
good.
you, she should be very prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe she should talk about the pension calculations and payouts as
Yep.
well.
And one of the things, just for memory, I will say is, and I can't say I remember the history of where this Chronos or timekeeping system was bounced around, but I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, it was actually supposed to be moved to finance for implementation and never got off the ground. So I'm not even sure it was in HR's lap. And there were I remember hearing the discussion about how there was complexity involved because they had to, input all of the different union contracts in order to, set up the calculations for it, et cetera. So I don't know who was responsible for that and where it got dropped, but I think what I'm hearing is that we're trying to fix a problem here, so.
When you drill down on the problems that you've seen, when you say that the payroll system is broken, so you must search on why this is happening. I'm sure you've spent much time, you said, with HR, and I'm sure, did you spend a lot of time with finance and their whole procedure up there and talk to them?
And they all pointed at each other for being
Okay.
the problem.
Okay. Where did you come down? Where's the problem?
Well, we are in the process of bringing in people to present on what other towns use, so we understand, what we can put in place. So we're talking to Munis and other payroll systems and ADP.
But that doesn't mean that just because we buy a system that the problems are going to be solved.
Well, you need a system to be able to run your payroll.
Well, you need people to follow the system. You need people to
Absolutely.
enter the information
No,
correctly,
absolutely,
right?
of course. We do have some good people in HR.
Okay. Are there good people in finance?
Absolutely.
Excellent, good. So I'd like to know where the problem is. And I think this board needs to know where the problem is. So I
Well-
think someone needs to drill down on it because it seemed to have been working, other than the time and attendance thing that was never put into place. The system, no one was ever seemed to be complaining about the.
You're not
the
listening.
payroll.
You're not listening.
I'm listening, Bill.
No, I'm telling you, it's not like no one in town hall would agree with you as far as I know. I mean, you might be able to talk to one or two people that agree with you, but this is sort of like a well-known problem.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, really a well-known problem. So just because you haven't heard it, I don't know what to say. I didn't hear it when I wasn't paying attention either, and I've been on the RTM for 10 years. So, I just recently became aware of it with the issues with, the fire, the prospective payments for the firemen. And all of a sudden, we're hearing about it every single day. It's a cause of a lot of stress for a lot of people.
Okay. Can we get a flow chart of how the whole process works?
We are in the process of trying to put that together.
Okay. When will that be done?
I should be done, hopefully soon.
Okay.
Mr. Curley?
Thank you. I'm just going to try and bring this back a little bit and summarize and hopefully get us back on track so that we're not here till midnight. I think the general theme that I'm hearing, Mr. Gerber, is that whether it's payroll or some of these other systems, what you've identified is that there's a lot of manual processes. We're not efficiently using systems, and we're prone to error. And that's broad. It's not just limited to payroll. It's a lot of different things. Is the general premise of what you're presenting tonight that your director of operations is the person that's going to be able to spearhead those projects so that and it gives help to the HR department, gives help to the purchasing department, gives help to the finance department, so these things can actually get implemented? Because right now, those people in HR and purchasing and in finance are doing everything they can just to keep their head above water. Is that the general premise of what you're
That's
telling
the premise. And if you look at, the chief administrative officer's job description that would have been under it, but it wasn't done, like at all. So there was an attempt to do a purchasing policy, which was not even really a systems problem, but that wasn't done. So, some of these operations problems, they've just been festering. Jim Hazelkamp came out day one, in a presentation with Brenda Kupchik, said, this is the worst HR department I've ever seen. Okay. And, just hiring some decent people over the last couple of years isn't going to make it magically better. I mean, we've got some really talented HR people, but they're not necessarily systems people. They've been starved of the systems and sort of that operations piece of it.
So just to follow up on that, I think Mr. Walsh's question is a valid one in terms of, what is the flow chart and what is the process? But I also think that that's likely the function or the project that gets underway by the director of operations. Once that person's on board, they need to do a SWOT analysis. They need to go through the steps to identify the problem and the root cause of those problems, and then identify the proposed solutions. Those may come with costs beyond just the personnel-related costs, to your point, Ms. Ruggiero. But I do think that it would be helpful for this board, maybe in the fall. Let's not wait a full year, but once this person is
Or
hired.
flow chart?
No. For just an update on these
Oh
projects.
my gosh, I mean, this is a major thrust of my administration as long as I'm.
I understand, but
given the tools, so absolutely,
Yeah.
I'll give you a monthly update.
great, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a process question real quick?
Sure.
So we've been talking quite a bit, Craig has and Jim, on this and actually Amy brought it up probably 10, 15 minutes ago. Where is this operation, just so I understand in the budget? Is it under the first selectman's office?
Yeah, we'll talk
It
about
is,
that.
okay.
It's in the first
That-
selectman's office. Yeah. And one thing, so that I might, and maybe this will be helpful for the future. And I don't know if I shared this with Frank. I know I shared it with Jared. Somehow 2 or 3 years ago, and it might have been when we were discussing HR resources, I had the occasion to look at some other towns' budget books. And I remember Westport in particular. In front of each department, where we have a little narrative, they actually put the department's goals and objectives for the year. And their goals and objectives, so they had to support their budget requests with their goals and objectives. So for example, if there was a new, the HR department would say, we're asking for these resources and our goal is to accomplish these 3 things. And the following year, they put, whether those goals had been achieved in progress and the goals for next year. And it wasn't complicated. It was actually quite simple. I would recommend looking at Westport's format. It was excellent.
I like it.
Yeah. And so I think maybe to address some of the confusion and, this is what we think we remember and this is what we think we heard, I think that would be helpful. Because it sounds like we have some major initiatives here. And it's just a way to, I think, help with tracking and accountability, particularly when those initiatives are tied to budget dollars that are being requested. So just a thought. All right. At some point, we have to get on to the departments. So are there any more questions on the top summary? Okay. All right. So before we move into item 4, which is the discussion of the departmental budgets, is there any public comment? I don't see anybody in the chat. Is there anyone here? Okay, seeing none, we will move into item 4, which is the discussion of the departmental budgets. And the first one is the first selectman's office, 1010. And Mr. Gerber, before we start, I think I saw, and hopefully I interpreted this correctly, but the Board of Selectmen voted to move payroll from the Administrative Services Department into the First Selectman's office. Is that correct?
We are moving, for clarity.
Yeah, the
because-
two. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
communications
Okay.
and, yeah.
yeah, so now that change has been made, can you cover those two together as you're doing this discussion? 1010 and 1050.
Starting page 37 for the first selectman for the expenses. And then you'd go to 48 for admin services.
Madam Chairwoman, do we have a page for this now that it's been changed, a new First Selectmen's page that has everything broken out into it?
Didn't get a new budget book. The Board of Selectmen just voted on this 2 days ago. So we have the existing budget book, and it's on 2 pages, and the first page is 37, Department 1010. And then we'll go to the Administrative Services Department on 1050.
Okay, while this is going on, can we have our budget director please calculate what the lines would change in the budget page 37 while we're talking about this? And also what the total percent
Sure.
change is in the First Selectmen's budget?
Yep.
I can calculate those percentages, just a clarification on the budget book page. So traditionally, we don't publish new budget book pages. I publish the changes, but if there's a desire to have like just that page, I could post it on the Google Sheet and then provide it as backup at the next meeting. But
I would personally like to have it only because I don't remember a year where a Board of Selectmen put together and combined 2 separate budget items right before the Board of Finance got it. So
yeah,
we're looking
Yeah,
at
that-
2
that's fine.
pages. If you don't mind supplying a new one, Frank, it could be, doesn't have to be tomorrow morning or anything, just when you have a chance over the next, maybe before the next budget meeting. But if you could
Okay,
do some
yeah,
of the
that's not a
calculations, if you could do some of the
I'll do that.
calculations on how adding these 2 positions from the administrative services budget or 1050 to org 1010, it would be appreciated during this meeting.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that while everybody's talking. So if you want to go on to another question, I can.
Thank you,
calculate
Frank.
those now.
All right, Mr. Gerber, do you want to start with 1010? And for the benefit of the public, on the backup, the numbered page on the PDF, it's page 37 in the right-hand corner. Oh, Mr. Gerber, you want to just take us through the highlights?
No, I tried to add the 2 up. I believe it's about 20% increase. If you add 19 and change, if you add the 27 from page 49 in 2024 and the 124,020 from the current year, I think it's 19 plus change. But I would like to say that the 27 from the prior year is a little suspect because by November, 20 of that 27 had been used up. So unless the first selectman woman was planning on getting rid of some of that staff, there would have been a request for probably significantly more money. Okay. There's really not a lot to talk about other than the administrative services piece of this. So we have hired a communications director who is hourly. We project, right now she's working full on. She doesn't get benefits. Sorry.
I'm sorry, are you in 1050 or are you in 1010?
Yeah, I thought you
Can
were.
you-
Well, I thought we were going to talk about both of them at the
Okay.
same time, or?
Yeah, no, that's okay. There are some, can you maybe just address some of the large changes in 1010 before we move to 1050, in terms of salaries, or there's a couple of other line items that people may have questions on?
I can, I'm not sure what the increase, the head count is the same on 1010.
Okay, yeah, there's,
Percent increase
yeah,
in
there's a
salary
3%
is,
increase in salary, which looks like
I mean,
the operations director, we didn't have an operations director last year, so I assume the comparable amount was the CAO from last year?
CAO with, I think what they put on his longevity bonus on top of that. So it sort of brought it up to what the CAO would have been getting this year.
Okay.
Hmm?
All right, so does anybody have questions on Department 1010? Ms. Ruggiero?
Yeah, I have a number of questions I'd like to go over. So we talked about the operations director before, when we talked about the systems. I don't see a job description for the operations director. Is it possible to get that? Unless I'm missing it, it's
No,
definitely not.
you're not missing it. It's in draft form. I mean, we could, it's conceptual right now.
Okay, because you had said that it's a line item. I thought I went pretty thoroughly through my material and I didn't see that line item, so I thought I missed something.
No,
from
it is in there.
him operating or her.
Yeah, it's on page 38 as, it used to be Chief Administrative Officer, and it's now titled Operations Director.
So for the job, for the ops director that we're looking at here, when the job description is done, you'll be able to share that?
Absolutely, but, you know, in general, it's going to be the person who's responsible for all the projects that we've been talking about, so.
Which will be great. Do you have anybody in mind for that job as of right now?
Not right now, no.
So that job will be posted?
Yes.
Okay. And with the chief of staff, I think there was a job description in our backup. What-
The Chief of Staff job description was mainly the one that the former administration had. I think maybe a couple of tweaks, but pretty much the same.
Okay, so very little change to the job description, so we could say that's the same job.
Yeah, and I also brought along copies of the Chief Administrative Officer's job description, which in many aspects was similar to the Chief of Staff.
Yeah, that might have been in that. Okay. So then, on the operations director, I see that there's a salary increase of 10,000. Did you just, this is replacing the chief administration officer that I think you said had a bonus possibly in that number?
Yeah.
Isn't this actually a much bigger increase than we're even seeing here?
Yeah. I mean, with throughout the budget, and that this is still under discussion for a lot of these salary line items, you're going to see increases that are sort of larger than you would expect. And they relate to longevity bonuses for department heads that, although the prior administration knew about, they didn't do. I mean, this was something that people, the employees, like they expected, but it was never given to them. So this has become a topic of discussion. So it's still up. It's still being investigated.
I'm not really following that. So,
Yeah. So like, so if you work for the town, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can comment. So, you know, we became aware of, you know, a department head policy that laid out some longevity bonuses in the contract. And so to put a placeholder in there, I included longevity bonuses in certain department head salaries that would qualify. But we're still, you know, we're doing research on it and going back. So for the time being, this in the director of operations number is the CAO position with the longevity bonus. I had kept it in there just to add flexibility for when the director of operations is posted. But it's just going based off of something that we're still working with legal and doing research on.
Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but the longevity bonuses, they get added onto your base, so you then accrue the or add the annual increases on top of that longevity bonus, right?
That is correct. Yes.
so I guess I want to understand this a little better here. So Frank,
So
if
do
I
I.
understand what you're saying, the 138,985 is bumped up for a new role. So the person is not hired yet, but why are we talking about longevity then? Is it just an expectation that the
It's-
market
it-
is
no,
demanding a higher
this-
salary or?
It's kind of, so this isn't the best example to talk about the longevity because when I I do these salaries, months in advance. So originally when I did it, there was chief administrative officer position and that person may have been entitled to this longevity bonus. But since this is now a different position, it's not the best example because it's really just a placeholder. So really, as it stands in the budget, this one, the numbers were derived from using longevity, but the person that would have gotten that longevity isn't here. So on another department head, it may be good to talk about the longevity piece. It may be easier to understand. This is really just the number was derived using a certain methodology, but I left it in as a placeholder for flexibility.
So
So
Frank, this
conceptually
would have been,
speaking-
this would have been the CAO's salary this year, right?
I just have never heard
Correct.
of a longevity bonus. So,
I think some people
I'm
have
just
not
wondering,
heard of this.
yeah, I've been with a lot of companies that I've audited or been working for. I never heard of it. I'm just wondering, like, how long does the person stay in the job to earn it and when is it paid out?
There
Yeah,
are,
this-
so this is something that's, like I said, is still being reviewed and I did preemptively see this question on the Google sheet and I wanted just to do my due diligence and talk to the town's attorney. So I think it would be best if we, if we table the discussion on the longevity pieces themselves until maybe the night where he's here. Because I don't want to misspeak, because like I said, this is kind of something that we're still looking at and I had a conversation with him
I'm
as
fine with
early
that.
as today. So, okay.
I'm fine with tabling that for sure until we get more details.
Something that may be helpful, when we had I think it was the quarterly meeting, and the issue of transfers came up and the issue of severance that was paid. Within that meeting's backup, there was a copy of the policy for department heads. And severance wasn't the only thing. There were actually longevity bonuses laid out in there for department heads. And I'll be honest, it was a surprise to me. I thought it was odd that, that's typically something you would see in a union contract. I thought it was odd that we would compensate department heads in that fashion versus, based on market and performance. But those were the policies that were signed. So just if you want to see, if anyone wants to answer your question, in that backup, you can actually see there's percentages after a certain number of years that apply to all department heads, and that's based on the last policy that was signed in 2021, if anyone wants to see that. Ms.
Thank
Leclerc?
you. I'll go back and look at that. Thanks.
Okay.
for pointing that out.
Ms. Leclerc?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in on this a little bit because that policy came as a shock to me when we received it. And I've sat through 20 years of budget meetings and I've never heard of management getting longevity bonuses and severance. And so I just want to make sure that those policies were actually put into place, that, where they came from, I don't know, but they were never really discussed at this board as far as I know.
Yeah, and
Going-
we, and I don't, you were here during that meeting, Mary, right? Yeah. So I think everybody will recall that we asked the town attorney to take a look at the policy and determine, among other things, if it was, legally authorized from the standpoint that, if we had a union contract, for example, that provided longevity bonuses, that's basically a contract that commits the town into the future. Something like that, the RTM would vote on. But we had these policies that were signed, which were making those commitments, and as far as we can tell, they weren't voted on. So that was an open question that I think the town attorney is going to come back to us on. And ultimately, we'll see how that goes. But it sounds like, Frank, for the moment, I mean, put those amounts in the budget. I think everyone will also recall, Ms. Kupchak didn't include salary increases for department heads. She put them in contingency and because, they're ultimately going to be figured out later. when she just, at the end of the year, when she decided what to do. So just like contingency was a placeholder, it sounds like these amounts are placeholders too until we get those answers. So, all right. Mr. Crowley?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the point about the longevity bonuses. I think we're all caught off guard by that. And to the extent that we get some information as to whether there's a policy, actual valid policy that dictates that, we'll defer that discussion. But bringing it back to the operations director, Mr. Gerber, understanding that this number here, the roughly $139,000 number, would obviously not have a longevity bonus in it because it would be a new hire. In your judgment, do you think that number is an appropriate number for to attract the candidate that you ultimately will hire? Is that the right number for the job?
Not sure yet, honestly. For municipal, it wouldn't be the right number for the private sector, but for municipal government, I can't really tell you right now.
Okay. Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Gerber, we used to use an outside organization to help set salaries and when we place jobs and things like that. Do we use them anymore? Does your administration use them to get guidance on what municipal salaries are, or you just choose them for whatever you want? Like, I don't know how you come up with these numbers.
Well, I believe our HR director uses whatever that system is or whatever she uses to get, I'm not sure if she.
What is the system?
I don't know.
Okay, can you give
She-
me,
Madam Chair,
the name of the system?
Yeah, and we can ask,
What,
Yeah.
I can comment on this and then, I can add it as one of the questions for follow-up. But there's a few resources. I'm aware that the Human Resources Department does do comps for certain positions. As far as an outside service, you could be referring to two things that I'm thinking of. One thing is a recruiting service that we've used that specializes in government agencies.
Mhm.
In the past, the dollars there are held in the fees and professional service portion of the human resources budget. It was the same agency for recruiting that we used, but I don't know if we would necessarily use the same one each time. So there was that where we did some recruiting, I think maybe last fiscal year and the year before. And then I believe also Connecticut Conference of Municipalities also publishes comps. So that could be the service that you're referring to. If that's not one of the two that you recall, then I can follow up to see if there are any others that were used in the past.
Okay. Are we still using that service, the first one you talked about, Frank?
He's talking about a recruiter that we use to hire, I think, four people.
Okay. Do we
And-
still
and-
use them?
Well, I don't think we've hired anyone we hired Frank. We hired a purchasing
They did a great
manager.
job. They did a great job with Frank, so
Well,
we
yeah.
continue to use them.
They did. I mean, the people that were
I
hired
know.
were top notch, including
Yeah.
our HR director. But it costs, it
Mhm.
costs a lot of money. But
Mhm.
I don't think we've used them since I've been here.
Okay.
I mean, we haven't had the need to, although, we could ask Kathleen.
But we got to hire a CFO, right? We can use them for that. That's a big job. That's a huge job.
I mean, we have a lot of resumes for the posting of that job.
Mhm.
So I don't think we need to.
Okay. So what's the process for that?
We
Well,
posted the job. Okay. Are we on the budget? I guess.
yeah, we should, quickly.
If you want to,
Yeah.
I'll talk to you anytime, Mr. Walsh, if you want. It doesn't seem on topic, but we've posted it and we're going to start an interview process with a panel.
Maybe this will be helpful for the board. So it sounds like, Frank, that the department head salaries have been estimated based on this policy that we are waiting on an opinion about from the town attorney, longevity bonuses and maybe, true ups for longevity bonuses and raises and that sort of thing, but we, those are estimates. Is there a way to add up for the board what the aggregate department head increases are in the budget, just so that we kind of know what that is, both in terms of dollars and average percentage?
Yeah, I mean, I think unless they receive longevity, they just would have received whatever
Right.
the
So
general increase for department
and
heads
it
was.
doesn't matter what, we don't need it by department, I think, but if you tell us, there's $100,000 or something, and that's an hour, $200,000, that's an average 3.5% increase, I just think that would be helpful. Since I
Okay.
think this is different, right? Last year, we did not put the raises in contingency. We put them in the individual departments this year. Which is a change, right?
No, so similar to prior years, we've put, whatever we assumed a general wage increase for department heads, we placed that into contingency.
Oh, okay.
This lived in the
So this
budget
is
because
just
it-
longevity and
it's-
true ups.
it's truing up whatever they received this fiscal year as an increase. And then it's also including longevity. I included the longevity because at the time it seemed that was something that just could be according to a policy. So if it could be according to a policy, then it's not so much, associated with kind of, labor agreements and union contracts, which is why we have tended to keep that general wage increase in the contingency account.
Okay.
But I understand what you're asking for.
Yeah.
I can provide a list of the department heads, the increases they got, and if they received the longevity increase, I can notate what the assumption was for that.
Yeah, I think just understanding, because it seems like the amounts are questionable. So the longevity amounts and then the, whatever the raises are that are in contingency. I didn't realize when I looked at this that we had raises in contingency. I was thinking they were in the departments, but okay, thank you.
No, just
Mr. Testani?
ask a point of clarification to Frank, and Mr. Jerry brought this up earlier. So Frank, the difference of the $11,000 increase to that line for the operations director, you're attributing that strictly to the longevity bonus? Did I hear that correctly?
For the operations director, the formula for what you see in this book here is it was the base was the prior chief administrative officer salary. It included whatever the increase was that they received in the current fiscal year, because those were voted around October, early November this year. So it trues that up, and then it included the potential longevity that we're talking about relating to this policy. So that's how this number was.
But Frank, the
calculated.
true up was before or after you add the longevity? The increase.
The true ups before you add the longevity, and then the longevity gets added on top of that.
Do you have a
the
breakout,
longevity.
Frank, of what each one is, what the true up was and what the longevity was, or do both of them combined make the 11,000?
I think that gets to the question that Chairwoman was asking, and I'll provide that as follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I think, Frank, first of all, for every single budget, if you don't mind, I would like to know whether you added a longevity bonus in so that I could calculate how much the total longevity bonus is, because this is still being investigated, as the first selectman said, and this certainly shouldn't be in the number until it should at least be in some type of, salary accrual account, until which time we get a report. Because I don't want these people being paid this until we know it has to be paid and it wasn't something that somebody didn't have authority for or whatever. So for every single line, when we get to that department, I would like you to break down what, if there is a longevity balance, bonus that you built in, I want to know the amount. I would also like you to, if you don't mind, and I know all the spare time you have, when you give us a whole list of these as a sheet of paper, and maybe add it to the Google Docs page, so we'd have it. And, but I will say, this one I find one of the most, maybe I'll find more as we go along, the most egregious, because this is a new position. This is a brand new position. Longevity bonuses are supposed to be paid to people who've been here a long time to try to keep them. This is going to be a new person. There should be no longevity bonus in this position. Even further, to echo that, the fact that this is a political position. We all know this. The first selectman's, Bill has a contract for 4 years. That's all he has. He's got a contract with the voters of this town to be here for 4 years. When that ends, all the political appointments go with him, generally, as far as time immemorial is shown. So the fact that that person is getting a longevity bonus, I don't even think the 4-year term would meet the requirements of a longevity bonus. So I find it egregious that we're adding that amount on here based on any definition of what longevity bonus is.
With all the,
Yeah. Okay, wait, we have a bunch of, somebody have a follow-up, Shane?
Yeah, so just to clarify here, is what happened, you had prior year budget, pushed it forward to this year. That was your bottom line for, okay, this is what the first selectman office is going to get. And then you allocated it to these roles. One of the roles is a new role, right? So there's not actually a longevity bonus being paid, right? This is just a placeholder of amount.
Yeah,
And
it's a placeholder for an amount, and if you assume, like Mr. Walsh said, that the person had the right salary before, and, then, yeah, you could take it out. I don't know, it's a placeholder.
Well, I mean, since we all sat through a long meeting last night, hearing about some alarming internal audits. So, talking about reducing the pay that would go to what to me is a very vital role seems, we're talking $11,000. I don't know what we're arguing about here.
Well, I'll tell you what we're arguing about here, because the previous position, which is the operations director going to be handling a lot of the CAO's position, or is that the chief of staff?
Chief of staff
That
is
chief of
doing
staff.
the
Okay.
most of that. Although
this-
the chief administrative officer had some operations bullets under him, but he didn't really.
Mr.
Concentrate.
Walsh, do you mind if I'm not trying to interrupt you. Because I agree with everything you're saying, honestly. I think though, this is an open position. Can we maybe, you brought up the point, and I think it was a good one. What's the market for an operations director? And maybe our HR, because I think to Shane's point too, this is sort of a placeholder until we go out in the market and recruit for this job. And Amy, you brought up, we don't really know what it's going to cost us to get an operations director. We may find an outstanding candidate for $100,000. We might find one for $150,000. So this is, I agree with your point. But for an open position, I think on this one, I would think it would be helpful for the board to hear from Kathleen if this is the right number to go out in the market for this position. Because you're right, it has nothing to do with a longevity bonus at all.
Well, I'm not the one who came up with the calculation.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not the one who came up with the
Agreed.
calculation. The administration came up with the
Agreed.
calculation. And they told us why it was done the way it was done.
Agreed.
And
It was a
that's an-
mechanical
and-
calculation, and it might be a good number. So why don't we?
And in regards to how much things should be paid, that's why we should be using an outside organization to help determine that. I will tell you on department heads, when we let it go as department head and we hire a new one, the number normally goes down on how much we're paying that person. Because you know what? The department heads who stay here generally stay here for many years, have gotten salary increases all the way through, have gotten longevity bonuses all the way through. And then they're sitting with this number. And then it has normally been talked about from previous HR directors. Yes, we expect the number this coming year when we hire that department head to go down by $25,000 or $30,000.
Okay.
And history will show that that's been the case.
Yeah, and
We shouldn't just
that's fine.
offer the money just because it's there or we want to increase it. I did the calculation, 8-point-something%. It's 8.6%, almost 8.7 actually.
Yeah, okay, so listen, again, I think, I don't disagree with you. I think, and I don't know if Mary said it, in my mind, it's wild to me that we're giving longevity bonuses to depart. I feel like market and performance should be how we compensate our senior people.
Mhm.
And so for a brand new position, I think we have to look at the market, and maybe Kathleen looked at this and this longevity, this number with a longevity bonus happened to be a number that she thought was appropriate. I don't know the answer, but maybe we can get that from her, because again, I have no idea whether that's the right number or not, regardless of how it was calculated. Amy?
I can say, and I just want to be clear that this isn't to say that whoever fills this position is getting a longevity bonus.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
that's
placeholder.
where the number landed where I originally calculated it, and based just on my, I look at budgets when I'm looking at ideas to do things and seeing what some best practices are. And so this seemed like a reasonable placeholder to me, and that's why I included it. And I think
Thank you.
some additional follow-up would be good.
All right.
So
Mr.
also on the
Sure,
same
yep.
subject, that same position. In the union section, it says non-union, I think it stands for non-union, non-U dash DH. Why is a person in that position, in a political position, considered a department head? There's one department head for the first selectman's office, and he's sitting at this table, Bill Gerber. Why does that say department head? Why does 2 more down or 3 more down for the chief of staff count as a department head? Because if that goes through, that agreement was valid, all the stuff that we bought along with that
Yep.
increases the cost of your political
Yeah.
department. It's unconscionable. These things got to be looked at.
Yeah, Mr. Walsh, can I respond to that? You may be right, but the former chief of staff, that's why she got a severance, is because she was considered a department head. So we're going to look at the
Yeah.
policies.
Okay, well, Bill, why don't we change it right now and just say non-union? Why don't we just change it? Why don't you make the change right now? We'll just call it non-union, not a department.
All
How
right.
many department heads are there in one department?
No, I mean, this was just carrying it over from what Mr.
Agreed.
Bremer was. I mean,
All
Mr.
right.
Bremer was considered a department head. We did this, once we get into this, our desire is to do what you're saying. And I don't think any of these hires should be considered for many of the benefits that the department heads have been given. But I would also want to say, sorry, is that my hope would be that this person would not be a political appointee. I mean, I don't know how to make that happen. It would be really nice to have really competent people that, the next administration would want to keep. I'm not hiring people except for they're political appointees, but
Yeah.
my hope is that I hire a CFO who's like really competent and, will stay.
Unfortunately, Bill, I mean, we could say that all day long, and, I'd like to believe that everything's flowers too, but it started a number of years ago, and it's gone for 3 administrations where the CFO is now formally a political position. Every CFO has changed when a new first selectman's come in. It changed with Mr. Tetro, changed with Mrs. Kupchak, and it's changed with you, or at least it's about to change with you. You have an interim right now, but you're putting the.
But I'm
job-
looking outside, I'm looking, I mean,
I'm
the
just saying,
people that have been hired
Yep.
in prior years have been like people that people know and, whatever, but we're not looking for that. So my hope is that it will not be the case.
Well, I hope you're honest with whoever the candidate is, because it should be known. I mean, people should know what the history of the town has been, and that has been a political position for the last 3 first selectmen, so.
Okay. Okay, we got a ways to go here. Mr. Matola? Go ahead, please.
I have no questions. I think we have department heads here and we need to move it. This process amazes me year after year after year, how long it takes, and it's getting worse and worse. I don't know why, it just is. My 2 cents, but, that's it.
Okay. Okay. So, are there other questions? Well, we have, I just want to acknowledge, we did have some good questions. We have some follow-up items. Frank is going to get us the total of the comp that's been allocated to department heads. We have some questions for Ms. Simpson about the market for this one position, regardless of how it was calculated in the budget. And we know we have an open question on the policy itself with the town attorney. Am I missing anything else here?
Well, we still got to go back to the other department and those two new positions.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah, no, I did broad questions before we go on. Okay.
And the only other broad question, can you remind me what the two part-timers are in the first Selectman's department? Just remind me what they are. Was that to answer telephones and stuff like that, or was that something else?
Which, do you mean in 1050 or?
Administrative.
We're talking about page 38 at the bottom where it says part-time current.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, that's
Okay.
two selectmen. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
I should have known that. I was one of them. Okay. I'm like seeing two parts of it. I'm like, where are they set?
Do you want to
I'm
cut that?
good. I thought about it. I raised it in the compensation committee, cutting their salaries.
Oh,
don't
I
think
thought
they
you
should do
cut
it.
the
I mean,
position.
nobody, no, I wouldn't mind. I mean, nobody needs a selectman salary. No one's doing the job for $11,000.
Okay.
I mean, seriously. It's,
All right, let's move on to, before my mild-mannered colleague on the left here has a meltdown, let's move on to 1050. All right, so that would be, let me get the page number here.
49.
49. All right, so, and as I said before, these administrative services jobs, which were sort of bizarre to ever have in here to begin with. So these are the payroll here. All the payroll has been moved into the first selectman's office. So we have a new position, and it looks like a change in rate on another one. So Mr. Gerber, I'll give this to you.
Yeah, so we have a part-time constituent relations coordinator. That job has been here for some time. So we probably should move, unless anyone wants to talk about that.
What does that person do? Or at least what does it do for your department since you've taken over?
They go through about, I don't know, I'm thinking 50 emails a day, hundreds a week, and respond to constituents and take phone calls from constituents. I mean, I think this is what the position was meant for years. So when someone has an issue that they can handle, they handle it and they route it to the right place, and then knock it up the chain if it's something that requires, a senior person.
Okay.
And communications director?
So the communications director, I've talked a lot about that. The prior administration spent a lot of time on communications. My goal is for the chief of staff and myself to spend more time on running the town. And I mentioned this in my presentation, I think we need, I know we need, now that we have her, a seasoned professional communications director that knows how to interact with all of the departments from a communication standpoint, interact with the public on important issues, work on the newsletter, and when needed, for example, SantaCon, arranging sort of a town hall meeting, that was her responsibility, or United Illuminating, basically rallying multiple stakeholders on that effort. There's, her days are very, very full. That takes a lot off of, I mean, the former first select person says that she, did a lot of that work herself. I'm working long hours, and I don't think that's a good use of my time.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Mr. Testani?
yeah, so just so I'm clear, you already hired a person, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that and what's their background?
Uh,
To make that determination? And can we see their resume and the job description?
The job description's in your backup. So did you read your backup? It's, yeah. And her resume, I think I think that was part of her bio was part of our initial introduction to her on when she joined, but I can find that and give it to you. I mean, she's been doing this for 20 years. She did it for a hell of a lot more money than this. And this is a role that, in my opinion, is crucial for a town of our size and complexity.
Sorry, so when did you say she was hired exactly?
Oh, within the first month, for sure. First three weeks.
The salary of the 93.6, is that right?
Well, what that is a $60 an hour rate calculated at 30 hours a week.
Are there is that still part-time? Are there benefits associated with that?
No benefits. So it's not really comparable to, hiring someone like I believe West Hartford's comms director is an employee, but then you'd add on, hey, Frank.
I think he stepped away.
Oh, he stepped away.
Yeah.
I forget. What do you typically add on for benefits? Is like 30%?
For
35 to 50 based on.
35 to 50% on base.
35 to 50,000,
Oh, 35 to
health
50,000
insurance
on
and-
base.
Yeah, and
So-
FICA and 401A contributions, et cetera.
So if we don't need her as much, then it'll go down. But we've been, using her full blast. I mean, even, on some weekends. So even when she takes, vacation, which she will, she's working some weekends as well.
Her day to hire was exactly when?
I can't tell you the exact date, but within
Could you get that to us? Like, I'd like to have that. That's number one. Number two, how much of her time is divided up into these essential duties and responsibilities? So out of the 30 hours a week, how many hours are strategic communications, media relations, digital, social media management, public outreach and engagement? Because that, to me, sounds more along the lines of the constituent relations coordinator. So it sounds like some of these overlap. Would that be fair to say?
I don't think so. Constituent services are incoming emails and phone calls for specific issues like I have a pothole or people are speeding, in front of my house, things like that. And they get routed to the appropriate departments. And that's the lion's share. There's some, very interesting ones that come in that are more complex and require, some research.
So you would say this position is more proactive than, is that?
I mean, this is external, reaching outwards.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I have a particular problem with this position. I mean, for 375 years, we don't have a communications director. You know who the communications director was? The person that was elected, the first selectman. Is this because you have some type of deficiency that you can't communicate with the public? I don't understand this position. It's 90.
Mr. Walsh, that's pretty
$1,000.
insulting. I think I'm pretty good at communicating.
Okay, so
you don't have
why-
to insult.
No, but what I don't understand is every other first selectman, at least the ones that I've known since John Sullivan, communicated with the public.
And every other first
Responded to
selectman-
things with personal notes, called people, organized things, organized meetings. The only person I know that actually, it wasn't in the budget as a communications director, but the only person I knew who hired a communications person was Mike Tetro, when he hired Mr. Geddes regarding the toxic situation all over town. That was the only communications director ever hired in the town of
You
Fairfield.
mean a consultant? Well, I would argue with you on that. I think Brenda Kupchik hired a communications director because that's what Jackie Bertolone did much of her time. And what I'm saying is that my chief of staff is going to be doing most of the work of the chief administrative officer, but I need a chief operating officer, and I need someone to do the communications piece of what Jackie was doing.
Bill, it's just, I hear communications director, and I'm telling you, I've seen them in organizations before, and they're a nice to have. They're a great little thing to have for CEOs, to help them write emails, to help them write speeches, things like that. They're a nice to have in private organizations, but generally they're referred to as spin meisters. And that's what I feel like we're getting. It's, we don't need this position. You knew the job you were taking on when you got there. I'm sorry that you feel like your time could be spent someplace else, but we have to watch out for the taxpayers. I mean, this is your budget increase. Frank, what's the budget increase with the 1050 rolled into, or 1010 for the first selectman's office? What's the increase?
I think it's 19+%.
So I just calculated rolling the salaries into the first selectman's office, which on the total side, it would be 25%. But that's just rolling.
25%. What about, did you roll FICA? You rolled everything in?
That's just rolling. Yeah, that's all the part-timers get. So that's just
Okay,
rolling.
so we're going up
rolling that.
25% in a year. And I could understand if you wanted to give an increase or something. 25% in 1 year, Bill, is just astronomical.
I know, but
It's astronomical.
can I
and it
remind
just
you, I think
never
Brenda
happened.
increased hers by like 200%. So,
200%?
oh, when
The
she,
first selectman's office?
I don't remember exactly the percent, but she hired a CAO. I remember you complaining about that.
The CAO, yeah. You're right.
A CAO and a full-time chief of staff that was
Okay.
part-time. So,
All right.
yeah, I mean, people assess what they think they need. I respect you if you don't think I need it. I think I need it. I really do think I need it. And I wouldn't have asked for it if I didn't. And I was not expecting her to be working 30 hours a week. When I brought her on, I was expecting it to be significantly less. But what happened was we were in the middle of, and it may go down over time, we were in the middle of a crisis with United Illuminating, and she took control of that situation. She was the main force in bringing all the interveners together into a group, and then also some of the lobbying efforts with, the governor's office and things like that. So, that was like the first 2 weeks. It took up the first 2 weeks of her work. Now, that may die down, it may not, but those are, important roles, and she's doing a lot of that.
All right, through you, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like the budget director to give me what the increase in the this new first selectman's budget, what the increase has been since Mike Chetro's term, final year in office, that budget, to now, if we approve this. I don't need it tonight. I'd just like to be put on Google Docs.
Well,
I'd like to see-
Mike, could we add the cost of the fill pile remediation?
How,
I'm not asking about the fill.
No,
file
but I
remediation.
mean, that was a cost. Wasn't that a cost?
Oh, I know. Yep.
question?
Yes.
You want a comparison, the last year of Mike Tetro's budget to what Mr. Gerber's doing?
Yeah, I'll tell you
Why?
what, John,
Mike Tetro's budget had a part-time chief of staff. You think that's
Yeah.
a fair comparison? Do you? Really? You really think that's fair?
we all voted on it. John, you were there when we voted on it.
I didn't support a half-time chief of staff for the first select.
I don't know what the vote was, but
The
that board,
RTM cut it.
The RTM cut it. So
okay,
I don't know why you want such a comparison, but
because I want to see, I mean.
why don't you compare the first year of Ms. Kupchak's budget for selectmen with the first year
John,
of Mr.
I'll
Gerber's?
tell you why I'm asking the question, because you're right. There was a CAO added, and there were other expenses in the first selectman's office. But you know what? It seems to be now even getting further. No matter how many people we give them, it's not enough. So I would like to see what the budget
Great,
increase.
let's get Mr. Walsh the information, Frank, and I just want to, we'll get you the information. I'm not taking notes. I just want to say to board members, we have a Google sheet. Hopefully Frank gets you what you need. I'm not tracking this. So if you put that, if anybody wants to put their questions there, I promise you will have it there. Frank, we're going to rely on you to keep track of these and get back to people and put the information in that sheet so everyone knows it. But just so we're clear on the process, I think that'll make it easier.
May I just make one comment? Either you think I should have a communications director or
Yeah.
you don't. I'm not sure, Don't have to get nasty
Yeah,
about it.
we
Don't
can-
have to be anxious. Just
Agreed.
don't
And
vote.
somebody can make a motion to cut this position from the budget on the night of the vote, and that's fine. Ms. Leclerc?
So I think I'm okay with this position, but I just don't know if it's an actual position or if it's more of a consultant. So do we have it on the wrong line? So should it be fees and professional services? And
If I could, she's a
Yeah.
part-time employee of the town, so
is
she's
she?
actually on
but
the
you said
books
no
as an
benefit?
employee.
Okay.
No
So,
benefits, she's kept at no more than 30, and that the position doesn't track THEA. They can go from the 19.5 up to 30, but can't exceed that. And if you keep at the 30, then we don't have to do the benefits portion. So
okay,
she's on the books as an employee.
but you're saying she's not necessarily 30 hours, that it could depend. And I didn't know who
Well,
was.
book capped at 30 hours and then run across, it's capped at 30 hours. And then, so we took 30 hours, X 60, X 52 weeks out of the year.
So she is considered an employee then? And-
Absolutely.
Okay,
Just non, part-time, therefore no benefits. But in the system as an employee, onboarded, yeah, not a consultant.
Does she work at town hall?
Yes.
She has an office?
Yeah.
A desk?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you guys checked out the new Department of Labor laws that just came out 2 days ago? No, I'm just saying that there's all new things about whether someone is part-time, whether you need to,
I would hope.
give them
I would
benefits,
hope.
things like
I
that.
would hope. HR, I haven't checked it out myself.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Crowley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the other side of the coin on this one. I think, the former chief of staff from the previous administration did a very good job with the communications for this town. I think one of the things that I've heard consistently across the town is that the communications that the residents of Fairfield have received for the last 4 years or so has been very good. And that's a positive thing. And I think to the extent that this administration can continue that style of communication, that flow of information in a professional and coordinated way, I think that's really important. So I would not want to cut this role. If the former chief of staff was spending 3/4 of her time on communications, this is exactly the type of budgeting item that we should have. And I would go further to say that what we heard at the beginning of this presentation is that the chief of staff should be focusing on the operations type things along with this to be hired operations director, because those are the items that should be focused on by senior leadership of this town. So if we can hire someone with 20 years of experience to take on this role as communications director, to me, that frees up our first selectman, that frees up our chief of staff to focus on the purchasing problem, the payroll problem, and some of these other things that I think we all recognize need to improve. So to me,
What I don't-
this is.
Hang on, can we just, all right, are you?
Can I follow up on his question though to him?
Yes.
Like, how do you know that she spent 75% of her time on that? Because I've talked to Jackie Bartolone, and you can give her a call tomorrow and you can ask her how much time she spent. Not 75% of her time. I asked her about that role.
So how much time did she say that she spent on it?
She's like, Jim, it wasn't that big a deal. I could do all of my work as chief of staff and I was able to do this work. And she said, actually, Brenda sometimes did a little bit of the work herself. And, they got it done. So I don't understand why we need somebody else now hired to do this, almost on a full-time basis.
Bottom line is it's important that this
Okay.
get done.
Yeah.
And if this is what the current administration says is the most efficient way to do it, I trust that.
Okay, I'm just saying,
Okay.
I'm having a hard time understanding why this work was able to be done, both communications and the newsletter with the previous administration, without these
With all due
positions.
respect, Mr. Walsh, what you're failing to recognize is that there are a lot of systems and operations problems that existed under the previous administration that need to be fixed. Those are things that could have been addressed had the first select woman and the chief of staff been focusing on those things instead of a newsletter.
I know, and I will say, what I've been getting sick of over the last 10 years or 12 years is every time somebody new comes in, they complain about the old thing.
Well,
And they come in and they complain about it. And they've only been here like for 3 months. It's like, why don't you get the seat warm for a while? to figure out what's really going on.
Well, with all due respect on that point, and I agree, it's not about mudslinging and it shouldn't be about mudslinging. But I would actually commend Mr. Gerber because I think he's identified problems in a way that actually is taking the high road in many respects. I don't think he's mudslinging at all. I don't think he's pointing the finger. Look, our former first selectwoman walked into a really bad problem with the Phil Pyle scandal. That was not something that anybody ever should have to walk into. And she rightfully pointed at problems. I get it. But I do think that to the extent that the previous administration neglected certain operational things within the town and how the town was being run are now being addressed in a way that is not finger pointing. It's just saying, look, this has been neglected and we're going to fix it. I commend you, Mr. Gerber, because I think generally speaking, you've taken a very positive tack.
Calling it
Okay.
out and solving it.
All right. Yep.
Deliberately. Let's see what happens.
No, Jim, listen, your point is taken. You know, you can make a motion to adjust the budget when the time is right. I'm just going to put in my 2 cents. I agree with Mr. Curley. I think one of the things I heard consistently from residents of this town is they really appreciated the newsletter and the communications. I think Ms. Kupchak was proud of implementing that, as she should have been. I think people saw value in it, and I think it needs to be continued. My personal opinion is that I think having our chief executive and our chief of staff spend any amount of their time on that is foolish. I mean, we don't have to go back to Mr. Gerber's list of initiatives. Were we all at the same meeting last night? I mean, because forget about what Mr. Gerber said. What about what Ms. Saxel said? I mean, and by the way, I would encourage the board members to read those reports that we didn't get to discuss last night, because there were a couple in there that were a doozy. And those are things that need to be fixed. The level of financial risk that we have in those things, that's what I want these guys focused on. Without sacrificing the newsletter, because that's important, and communications, that's important for our people. So that's my personal opinion. I'm supportive of this. I also want to note, when I saw $90,000, I did raise my eyebrows, I'll admit it. But this is a position without benefits. If this was a union position, I mean, we have plenty of administrative positions in this town that we're paying $80,000, $90,000 plus benefits. So health insurance, paid vacation, you know, they get retirement benefits when they retire. This, yeah, this is the equivalent of a $50,000 or $60,000 job if we were to hire, you know, a permanent full-time employee. So when I put it all together, I'm supportive. Now, your point, Mr. Walsh, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that, and I said this in my opening comments, ask for the resources, okay, but then there needs to be accountability. There needs to be goals set out. There needs to be a commitment to getting these projects done. We're going to want to hear that they're done, because I'm with you. I don't want to add people and then just continue to hear that this is the status quo. So I think that, you know, if we're sitting here a year from now and we're in the same boat with some of these initiatives, I'll be with you on cutting a position. But for now, I think that this is like the definition of penny wise and pound foolish, especially after some of the things I heard last night. Any other comments on the first selectman's budget? Mr. Mottola?
No, just to follow up on that, and I, you know, and I don't want to make this about the past administration. I'm only going to say one thing. When Ms. Kupchak took office, we gave her everything she wanted. I voted to give her a CAO, full-time chief of staff. I thought it was appropriate. And I think the same thing is appropriate here. You're new to the office, you've seen significant problems, and you've asked for some resources. So, and in the big context of the budget, it's not a substantial increase. So
I'm just, for the record, Madam Chair, I'm just going to disagree. I'm going to agree with Mr. Walsh. Personally, I think $93,000 for a job that couldn't be done by the first selectman and perhaps the chief of staff sharing it is an insult to Fairfield
Okay.
taxpayers. That's my position. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Testani. All right, let's move on. Okay,
Well, one area, so I'm moving past the first selectman's budget. I'm
Okay.
Moving on to 1050 while we're still here.
okay, 10:50.
How are we going to get these other expenses out, put them someplace out and collapse this department? We don't need anything else in this 1050 department. I mean, this should go to zero.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's all going to go to zero. What about, will every single expense come out?
Actually, I
every-
think the personnel,
every
I don't know about fee, what is the fees and professional services in here? This stays,
every
right? This is the
expense-
mailroom? Yeah. So
Ev-
I don't
ev-
think
every
everything
ex-
comes out, Jim.
Well, why can't we move that to another department? Why just have $11,000?
I mean, we have departments with less than this. You know, we can talk about it, but we've got departments with 2 line items in them. So I think that getting the payroll out is appropriate because these positions report to the first selectman. They should be in his budget. He's accountable for those positions. They're part of the cost of running his office. So I think that was an appropriate move, but the rest of these seem unrelated. Okay, so,
Can we just have Frank do a new 1050 after he takes out all of these expenses? Another
Yep.
page for the, share with us. Thank you, Frank.
okay. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to finance. And we've got the tax collector, Department 3090. Bear with me, I didn't write down my pages in advance.
I
Page
believe it's,
117.
yeah, page 116 through 121.
All right, welcome, Dave.
Good evening.
I hope you were multitasking during all of that.
All right, so on the expenditure side, the increase in my budget is primarily contractual rate and step increases for wages, as myself and all the employees in the office are part of unions where you have these contractual wage increases. And then there's other minimal increases that are primarily used, that are primarily spent on the printing and the postage for the mailing of all of the tax bills.
Okay,
And I welcome any questions.
Mr. Testani.
Hey, Dave, how are you? Thanks for coming tonight.
Good.
Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
So there was just really one, I probably have more, but just a question on maintenance. I think it's 54310 went up a little over 10%. Is there something going on with the equipment that needed more repair to increase it by over 10%? Or I just was curious about that one.
It's really just inflation. I mean, it's 10%, but it's increasing by, it looks like it was increasing it by like $80. So it's really just, so we
Just
have,
okay.
we have contracts like, we have a maintenance contract for like all of our receipt printers. And so it's just the year-to-year increase.
Okay, and our topic for tonight, the longevity bonus, number 51160, increase of 22.22%. Is that one person? Is that you personally? I'm just curious where that longevity bonus is allocated to.
Frank, would you be able to speak to that one specifically?
And I
Yeah,
want to
so
know
this-
from the chair if I can ask my boss tomorrow for a longevity bonus, since I've been with my company over 20 years. Can I go in there and say, I've been here over 20 years, can I get a
Oh,
longevity
boy.
bonus?
Yeah.
Say,
So-
sure, go ahead, leave. That's
So,
good.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think for union contracts, these are fairly typical, but I do agree with you on the non-union leadership.
So Frank, was
Yeah,
that
these-
one person or what, where that longevity bonus been?
I believe, just looking at the number, I think it's about probably 2 to 3 people. It's not related to the department head at all. Let's see.
I believe I have, I have 2 cashiers that may have reached 10 years. So it could be,
Yeah. It looks about 2 to 3 people, you know, probably Thea employees that they just get a lump sum longevity bonus, and that's what's reflected here.
So 3 people are sharing a longevity bonus for $400, Frank?
Let me see.
It's 2,200.
Yeah.
Oh, it went up $400. Okay.
Yeah, I think the way it is, it could be like 1,100 each. So
yeah.
that's
I have 2
what I'm-
cashiers that have been in the office for 10 years. I have 2 other upper level employees that have been with the office for 20 years. So I believe it's probably a combination of those 4 employees.
And Dave, I have to ask, because this is one of my favorite topics also, number 56100, printing, binding, and photography, like a 2,000, what are we printing for 9.36% more? Is it?
Yeah. So again, that's the combination
Inflationary
of,
costs?
printing of the tax bills. Also, you know, I'm state mandated. I have to print the rate books every year, and they have to be they have to be in binding as well. So you know, printing delinquent statements. It's just all the printing throughout the year that is done. I'm not, the photography phrase is probably an outdated term that's on there. You know, I'm not taking
There's
pictures
no
of
pictures of
anything.
you that go with the tax bill?
Unfortunately, well, fortunately for me, no. Yeah. So no pictures of me on the tax bill.
All right, thank you.
All
Thanks,
right,
man.
thank you, Mr.
Just
Testani.
so I could give the specifics while I have them. So it's two employees with the $600 bonus, and then 1 employee with $1,000, and that's your 2,200.
Thank you. Ms. Ruggiero?
I know that this longevity bonus keeps coming up and it's on every budget. I think if we, for the sake of time, can we just agree that I think we asked for some information to go through and put a page together throughout the whole budget, just because it's a valid question, but I think
Hey, okay,
it's going to
just
keep coming up.
let me be clear on I asked for it for the non-union employees. So these are contractual. So you.
Yeah. Everyone in my office is
Mr.
in a
Wall-
union.
For it throughout the whole budget.
Well, all department heads might be, you know, Frank said that he built in longevity.
Well, no, I'm talking about union contracts versus this policy that's in question. Do you want, I had asked for the ones related to the policy in question. Are you also asking for?
I'm not asking for union.
For the- okay.
I'm asking for non-union.
Gotcha.
The unions are
Non-
set by
yeah,
contract.
We're on the
so
same
look that
page.
up.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Sure.
Mr. Walsh?
Good evening, Dave. Thanks for waiting around.
No problem. Good evening.
Couple questions. What's the maintenance lineup for 10.4%? What is anything specific, or what's that up for? It's not a lot. I just want to, you know,
Yes,
I
and
see a
I think
10%
Mr.
increase.
Testani had asked about
Oh,
that. So it's really just, it's an $80 increase because we have, you know, like maintenance contracts for our receipt
Okay, gotcha.
printers. So it's
All right.
really just the increase from year to year.
Okay. Did he ask about educational memberships? The education and memberships up 34.7%.
Yes. So I do have
programs or something. Okay.
I have a new employee in the office.
Okay.
And so myself and 2 other employees are what's called a certified Connecticut municipal collector. And so that involves taking 4 courses where you get certified with the state. So myself as collector is certified, my deputy, as well as my delinquent tax collector, are certified as well. And we always encourage the new employees to, if they like to, take all 4 courses to get certified, but we try to make it that they take the first 2 courses because they're kind of like nuts and bolts types courses where it's really good training for them along with the training they receive in the office. And so that's part of it. Is I haven't had a new employee taking courses in a while.
Okay. Tell me about, I just want to ask a quick question about your travel and meetings. Is that really for like meetings? Because meetings has been interpreted, and I meant to ask Mr. Gerber about this, because there was probably an extra $4,000 or so in the first selectman's budget last year that was used for food for meetings. So do you use any of your, and will you use any of your travel and meetings for food for your meetings in your office?
No, so this is for mileage to travel to seminars and trainings, because along with being a certified Connecticut municipal collector, the state legislature back in 2021 passed a law that said that we now have to get recertified and maintain our certification by gaining 50 hours within 5 years. Every 5 years, we have to gain 50 hours of continuing education. So along with myself and my deputy collector and delinquent tax collector, this would be the mileage for them to travel to these trainings.
Okay. Thank you for that. I wish that would be the formal policy for that line, but thank you for that.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Dave, I have one.
Sure.
And it relates to credit cards. And the reason this question comes to mind is just based on an issue we discussed last night with internal audit. What percentage of your revenue would you say comes in via credit card or dollars, whatever's easier?
Yeah. So that is, so I don't have it broken down by credit card specifically, but it would be credit card and ACH payments. So essentially any payment made online, it could be credit card or it could be electronic check. And so that's approximately, I don't have it. Yeah. So I have, it's.
That's okay.
I'm looking at the breakdown here.
I'm not sure it's helpful to include ACH. The reason I was asking about credit cards is I was just wondering if you run into if you run into a situation with chargebacks at all, and if you have.
Yeah, no. So, yes. So I actually, I listened back to the meeting last night.
Okay.
And I did listen to the part about chargebacks so I wanted to obviously look into that for my department. And it is it's extremely minimal. So when we do online payments last year, we had over 40,000 transactions where people paid their taxes online. And last year there was only 5 chargebacks.
Okay.
So
and you have a process in place to capture those?
Yes. Yeah. So we use Invoice Cloud. That is our online payment vendor. We get a report anytime there is a chargeback. We get an emailed report from them. And then we can go into our platform and reconcile those reports. We reach out to the taxpayer. We send a letter that explains to them the chargeback that they need to pay the office, or else there's additional interest charges.
Right.
But there is no fee by our vendor to the town for the chargebacks.
Okay. And we do charge a convenience fee to taxpayers who pay via credit card, correct?
Yes, the third party service, Invoice Cloud, does charge a fee.
So it's like 3% or something?
2.99% for credit or debit, and then a 95-cent flat fee for ACH or e-check.
Okay, so but that goes to the provider. So basically it's sort of free for us to take credit cards.
Correct. Yes, there is no charge to us.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
I just want to follow up on your cool line of questioning. Yep. I think it's going to be one question. So out of those 5, did we collect on those? On
yes.
the chargebacks? Yeah. Have we ever not gotten any money that you know of since you've been there on a chargeback?
I mean, not that I'm aware of. Typically, we reach out, and it could be, a lot of times it's like some kind of issue where the card was not authorized, and it may not be that the taxpayer paid it, changed their mind, and did a chargeback. There could have been just some kind of issue with the card in the process of it being paid. But typically we're sending out a delinquent notice to these payers in a very quick turnaround. And per state law, there's ramifications. They pay us on the 20th of the month. It's charged back on the we get notification on the 23rd. We reach out. Interest they could be paying this timely. There's a chargeback, interest hits on the following first of the month. So we reach out, we explain that all to them, and payment is usually made pretty promptly because they want to avoid that interest charge. And when I say interest charge, it's not a charge that goes to the credit card vendor, goes to us, just your standard interest charge for paying your taxes late.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you soon. Okay. The next department is 3110 IT, and that is on page 124 of the budget book. Dave Kelly.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Okay, so this year's IT budget is basically a maintenance, keeping things going budget. As you know, IT pays for most of the centrally used items, software products and equipment that are used by all departments in town. You do have IT budgets in various department budgets as well, and that's because roughly 8 years or so ago, any kind of software or special equipment that was unique to a specific department was moved out to that department's budgets. Generally speaking, when I'm trying to predict what the next budget should be, I'm looking at the cost increase history of the various vendors and trying to make an estimate of what they may charge in the coming year. Software vendors generally increase their costs a little bit faster than inflation. In some cases, however, we may have a multi-year contract where I know that the cost may be fixed for a couple of years. This year's a little different or a little scarier because in meeting with other town IT directors, many of whom are in the process of renewing their service contracts and maintenance agreements and whatnot, many software vendors in particular have increased their annual costs by quite a bit more than the usual 3 to 5%. In fact, one of our vendors that we rely on is planning to change the way that they compute license costs. It's just a trick to increase their price at a faster rate than inflation. But anyhow, this is a best estimate of what the future year is going to look like. I have a couple of extra items in the IT software line for a couple of software products that we need to either upgrade or replace. We've been operating with the last version of Adobe Acrobat PDF editing software that Adobe would sell you with a perpetual license, meaning that there was a time when you would buy a software product and you could use it for years and years and years without having to pay again. Adobe stopped that about 8 years ago and forced everybody to a subscription plan, which gets very expensive when you have 100 users using this software. So we've put it off as long as we can, but this year we must upgrade either by buying into a subscription plan or considering one of their competitors that actually does still sell what's called a perpetual license. We'll have to kind of test that software, and it may be that that's the less expensive way to go going forward. The other item that I have in the budget is something for a event monitoring system. It's something that any operation our size should have to give us proactive alerts to things that are happening in our computing environment. Think of it as kind of an extra layer of security that we're adding to our systems. Each year we up the ante a little bit in our security defenses. It's to help protect us from an expensive problem, malware attack, things like that. Well, that's essentially it. Questions?
Thank you. Mr. Mottola?
I think when I was looking at this a couple of days ago, I had a question about the Adobe. I think you answered it, but just to clarify. So they want to charge us $18,000 per year Would that be like a 5 or 10-year contract, or 2 years or 3 years?
No, that would be year to year.
So they could raise the price every year.
Sure.
Okay. And so I guess the reason why you wouldn't use the alternate for a one-time cost of $18,000, you have to determine whether or not that product's any good, right?
Yes, we would buy a couple of copies, have a few people try it out, see if it does everything they need it to do. Most people in town are not doing, I think, terribly sophisticated forms definitions or anything like that in the software. It's mostly for either, pasting together, splitting up, re-editing existing PDFs, things like that. So it's possible there's a competing product out there that does still sell their software on a perpetual license that happens to cost about the same as the 1-year subscription to the Adobe software.
Okay.
So if it works well, we could buy it, post a couple of years, then maybe buy it again.
So is that number, well, I guess it would be just $18,000 for this coming fiscal year. And then one
Yes.
other question I have is, on the IT software, you said it's based on your best estimates. You described that already. So your budget line is $450,000. I'm reading this correctly, yes. So if we pass this budget, if you can't buy everything you need to buy for that amount of money, would that be a problem for you? In other words, would you come back to us later on in the fiscal year and say, I need an extra X amount of dollars to do what I want to do this next fiscal year?
I suppose, but we actually, the first Selectman added a little more just to help cover, so I would hope not to have to come back.
So you think this number's okay?
I think that number will hold us, yes.
It'll hold, and maybe it's a little bit more than what you need, but you think it's good?
Possibly.
Okay, all
Possibly.
right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matola. Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi. Thank you for being here and being so patient. I wanted to ask, you had mentioned, when I looked at this IT software, hearing the list of a payroll system, capital planning system, purchasing system, cash flow system, these systems cost a lot of money. And I know we talked about this operating officer managing the projects, but they're not going to produce a IT solution. So you said that the budgets themselves, the individual budgets, have money in them for IT software. But when I look at, for example, human resources, there's a very small amount in there for software. So where do we feel we have these systems covered? Because I just want to make sure we're saying, and we're talking about accountability, and we've listed a whole bunch of issues. I just want to make sure, because there's no way that just hiring a person is going to get the systems fixed. So this is, I guess, a broader question in the sense that you said that there's other IT stuff and other budgets, but I'd just like to know, how are we covered to get answers so that we're not sitting here next year dealing with the same issues? Yes.
Good question. We have some, for example, we did a walkthrough with the parent company of Munis on the capital planning module. Everyone's like, wow, this is really cool. This is great. Like, how much does it cost? And they said, you have it. It's just sitting there. No one's ever, been able to implement it. So some of these, we actually already have the capabilities if we use Munis. We have the software, but we just, the big part of it is implementing.
Exactly. I've been involved in so many different conversions, and there's a lot of cost with consultants and training and, feeds. I mean, a number of things that are going to add up in cost. So I just want to make sure, I guess, I'm worried that we don't have enough.
I think that's a fair point. But Dave was going to say something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or were
So,
you?
yes. I'm sorry.
You can go first.
Oh, okay. So,
Specify which Dave.
yes, I listened to the conversation earlier about the fact that Munis actually, we do have many of the capabilities within Munis. It's part of our existing spend with Munis. My impression of Munis is that it's kind of one of the best in class ERP systems for a municipal organization. I think that Munis, when it was implemented back in, I think it was around 2011, was perhaps a bit under implemented in that some of the features were implemented enough just to, yes, get a payroll out, things like that, but not all of the full functionality, not all of the modules that are included in the system are set up. The staff back then may not have been trained on them. It may have just not been part of the buy. This all predates me by quite a bit. So it's possible if we're looking at several of these capital project planning and management systems. In fact, we're looking at another one this Friday, just to get a sense of the market to see if we need to go outside of Munis. Or we did actually have Munis give us a presentation last week. If with just some consulting dollars to Munis, they can help us to flesh out the product and more fully implement it to do some of the things that the first selectman needs. So we're not necessarily talking about acquiring a very expensive new, and I see on the screen, looks like I'm looking the other way, even though I'm looking at you, the video reversed. But in any event, it's not necessarily the case that we have to acquire new software, although that may end up being the decision. It may just be that by purchasing consulting time from Munis, they could help us implement stuff that we have already.
I think that would be a home run. I just think we should revisit these as talked about, and as we go through and we have our quarterly updates, maybe quarterly meeting, we talk about these projects and make sure, because without the right systems in place, I think we're going to get a lot more audits that don't look so pretty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Testani?
Hey, Dave, how are you? Thanks for
Hi.
coming. Just have a couple quick questions. You mentioned earlier in your initial presentation about cybersecurity. I have a special interest in that in particular. Is there a line item that I didn't see it? Is it part of IT software? How do you, like, where would the cybersecurity piece of your department, how's that allocated?
So I guess you may not have the Munis detail printout, but most of it is in the IT software line.
Okay,
Because
great.
it's a number of software products that we use in layers.
Is it
Just
mainly
checking.
targeted toward malware, like, is there a specific cybersecurity, like, detail that it goes after in terms of how our systems could be infiltrated?
So lots and lots of layers. Generally speaking, I'd rather not discuss those layers
That's
in
fine.
a
I just
public forum,
curious.
but I'd be
I know you know
delighted to
what you're
speak
doing.
with.
That's
I'd
fine.
be delighted to speak with
Yeah.
you one-on-one.
No worries. All right. So,
It's a multifaceted approach. There is no one single thing that we're defending against. It's
right.
a combination of practices, procedures, software products, hardware products,
And
consulting.
unfortunately, in the world we're living in, we have to be extra diligent, right?
Yeah, and frankly, we kind of have to up the ante year after year, and we also have to stay ahead of what our cyber insurance requirements are,
Sure.
because to keep our premiums reasonable, we have to have certain systems and defenses in place.
All right. And then I just have a couple questions on some of the line items. So 57,000 capital outlay.
Mhm.
So what was the increase there? I'm just curious. It's a little over 10%. Did you $33,600 increase to that line?
Yes. So there was an edit, a first selectman edit of 30,000 in that line.
So I'm sorry, you're saying he added
And that-
30,000? Is that?
That was an addition that was related to, some people have talked about, you know, do we have the money in here if we need to go out to buy these systems or to invest in them? And that was what the addition was related to.
So sorry, Frank, if I'm confused. So the systems, I thought we talked about that allocation, and unless I missed it, was under IT software. So you're saying there's a separate allocation for these systems under capital outlay? Am I following that correctly?
Yeah, that's where I had put it, just because I felt it was an initial outlay, because as Dave wasn't inputting this, I had input it. So I think we know the dollar amount, and we could move it to IT if it was needed. Like, you know, we could just move it to that line.
I mean, it sounds like it makes sense to me, because it's not like capital outlay in my mind is a piece of equipment, you know, you know what I mean? It's not
Yeah, that's a fair
necessarily
point.
software. Let me ask this, maybe this is more Dave. Just curious where line item 58-100 is heading, in your opinion. Obviously, I understand the need for education and memberships. So in fiscal year 23 actual, it was 5,500. The fiscal year 24 budget was 10,000, so it went up 5. Then this budget increase of 25% is 12,000. So it's an increase of 2,500.
Yes.
Like, could you
So
give me a sense of where you think that is heading? Is it, you
Yes.
think we're
So
starting
no,
to
yes.
off, or where's the increase going?
No, we did a department reorganization. We combined or moved a position out of the police department into the IT department. I budget $2,500 per person per year to give them a training course for each person. So where I had 4 staff that I was, could train, I now have 5. So it's the addition, it's the movement of a head from another department where there was no training into my department.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's it for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Kelly, and this is for Frank too. I just, so as to not take up everybody's time, I did ask for detail of a couple of these line items on a comparative basis, and I put those in the Google Sheet. It sounds like Frank has supporting munis schedules, so if you can attach those, just as a heads up. Mr. Walsh, did you have a question?
Yes. Mr. Kelly, thanks for being here. I know we reviewed your IT software line. So based on what I'm seeing, about almost like 10% or 11% is for new software, and the other is for the increase in the cost of the software we currently have, correct? Because you're not adding any more software other than the 2 programs you mentioned in your write-up, correct?
I'm not adding any other new software. However, we're at the end of a 3-year fixed price arrangement with Microsoft for our Microsoft licensing.
Sure.
So, you make a 3-year commitment, you pay an even price each year for 3 years. So this coming year, the price is going to be more than just 3 or 5% higher. It's going to be, probably 15 or so % higher. So that's part of it right there. That's the biggest part.
So you just guessed on that right now, you'd put a place.
So I put in my notes here, I calculated a 10% increase versus what, normally would be a 3-ish% per year for software increase.
Okay, but you think it's actually going to be probably a little higher than that?
Well, that's not the one I'm worried about. There's another product that I'm hearing bad things about, that they're in the IT business. Companies buy out and take over the companies all the time. The new company thinks they're gonna, get more money out of the new acquisition by raising prices, and I suspect that that's going to happen to one of the products that's quite important to us.
Is there a competitor in that marketplace, or do we have to stay with them?
Not really. That's the problem.
Okay. Last night's meeting, I'm sure you didn't watch because you had better things to do.
Oh, I did. I watched you on YouTube.
Okay. So it came up that we need to use one credit card processor for the entire town because of the software. At least that's, I don't want to put words into her mouth, but Ms. Saxel kind of suggested that. Is that true?
I didn't hear her say that, and that's not true.
Okay.
I think she was explaining, and she and Mr. Becker did a very good job, I thought,
Okay.
of explaining why we have several credit card processors.
Okay.
Yeah.
So which one did you hear that she was talking about?
I don't recall hearing that she said that we should only be one. Okay, well, I can, depending on how much time you want to take on this tonight, I can give you the kind of the background as I understand it. There was an attempt many years ago, about 5 years ago, for the town to select and use one single credit card vendor. The purchasing department put out an RFP and got a number of responses. Simultaneously, the Parks and Recreation Department had an RFP out for a new Parks and Recreation management system. It's what we now know as RecTrack. That was acquired. The purchasing department made it, they, how do I say it? Scored the responses from various vendors and prioritized in order of, most favorable to least preferable vendors, the respondents for the credit card processing. However, the reality of the world is with these larger software systems is they may only work with one specific credit card processor. They don't have relationships with a bunch of them. As it turns out, the Parks and Recreation system, which is one of our largest and most important credit card processing systems in town, only worked, or they very, and I say that about 7 times, 7 varies, recommended that we use a specific vendor that happened to be purchasing's, I think it was their 3rd choice vendor. But in this case, we didn't have the option of picking any vendor we wanted. The RecTrack system basically has a relationship with one credit card vendor. So we then tried to, so that we had no choice but to use it for them. And then we started using that same vendor, that same credit card processor for numerous other things in town. Small credit card machines in places like the health department, the scale house at solid waste and recycling. The town clerk had a machine for a while. Trying to think if I'm forgetting anybody. There might be one more. And we got all these folks using the same vendor based on the contract that the town signed. Then we implement a new online permitting, land use, and inspection system. Same situation pops up again. They have a special relationship with one particular credit card vendor. And it's not the one that we're using. It's not the same one that we're using for Parks and Rec or the rest of the town. So again, we had to go with the vendors simply because they're the one that the software system that we selected works with. So unfortunately, it is the case that it's very difficult to try to standardize on a single credit card processor because each of these vendors has existing software written to work with specific processors. Fortunately, when we got the RFP responses, 5 years ago, there wasn't a lot of difference in the rates or anything like that from the 1st choice to the 2nd choice to the 3rd choice. So we did try to standardize on one, but that has not worked everywhere. On the other hand, the senior center implemented a new My Active Senior software system to run their programs and things like that. And they happen to use the exact same credit card processor that Parks and Recreation's system does. So where we can, we do try to stay standardized on as few credit card processors as possible. But the reality is that I think we're working with a minimum of 6 or so in town based on the various software systems we have in use.
Thank you for that summary.
You're welcome.
Quick, any other questions on the IT budget?
Yeah, I would like Mr. Kelly to review his capital budget quickly, or as quickly as you can, and whether anything's, are these all standard, just replacement items on a year-to-year basis, or are there any new programs or anything else that make up the bulk of the capital at request?
No, this is basically the same as before. The only thing that I've changed is we do have a gradual upward creep in our PC and laptop count. We are becoming actually more and more mobile. So we have more and more mobile laptops being in use than we used to. A mobile device doesn't necessarily mean that we replace a desktop device. A person may have both. It's just kind of a change in the way we're operating. We're getting more and more field oriented. The health department, for example, will be coming online in the permit system probably later this spring. And SANS would like to have the sanitation, inspectors and whatnot actually have a small Bluetooth printer in the car so they can print out the report, hand it to the restaurant owner or the salon owner right there on the spot. You know, we're trying to be more at the ready out in the field. That requires portable equipment out in the field.
Okay. Is the 10.82% increase, like, you're going to be seeing that increasing like that every year?
The 10.8.
The capital outlay.
Well, I think that most of that is probably that, what, about $30,000 placeholder for these, these software products that we're looking at for capital project management, things like that.
All right. Thank you for reviewing
I
that.
think if we backed out 30,000 of that, it would be almost flat.
Sure.
Like I said, I think I just added a couple of units of computers to
Thank you,
reflect
Mr.
what
Kelly.
we're doing.
I
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Matola?
Yeah, you just said something that piqued my interest. Why would, if the town has a type of employee that has a laptop, I assume they get one because they have to maybe bring their laptop home and work at home at times or go out in the field and work. I would assume that that type of an employee also wouldn't have a desktop PC because for me, I bring my laptop home all the time. When I go to work, I just use a docking station. Is that what we do generally?
We do have a couple of folks that are laptop only that dock or try to carry their computer around. But actually, most of our laptops are in addition to an office computer.
Okay. To me, and maybe I just don't know enough about it, that seems a little wasteful. Is there?
Well, often,
do
often the laptop is used to VPN into the town to access the desktop computer. So the laptop, we don't buy all the same software for the laptop that is sitting on a desktop. And they may remote in and use their desktop computer. They may use the laptop in the field for field work. So it's in most cases, it's not a replacement of a desktop. There are few people that live only on a laptop, but that's a relatively small number.
All right. Did you have something, Mr. Becker, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you go to the specifics within the line, it was allocated within the laptop line, partially, yes, because we're handing out more. But also in a thought that as we review things like this, and I kind of see everybody wondering why we're handing.
Grimacing.
Exactly. One of the steps may be speccing different types of laptops. They may be a little bit more powerful. There's a transition, and I don't think it's going to be instant, but we're trying to, again, guard in some of these as we look at this to not then say, okay, well, that's a great idea, but we have no money in the budget to deal with it because we're so tight everywhere. So, a reasonable increase within this to then work over the next 12 months on a better plan and then hopefully try to shift things so that we're not asking every year for a bigger thing, but it was tight to try to be able to.
Yeah, and part of it is that, I don't know. I feel like we should have a single device. I think most organizations, people don't have both, but I also wonder too, if we're having multiple instances of, if we're licensing software and we have to have, Microsoft Office on the desktop and the laptop, I don't know how that works, but that can't be efficient. So hopefully there's an effort to look at this. because it just seems very unusual to me. Seems one of those Stone Age things that Bill talked about.
Yeah.
I
you know.
agree. I would say my employer's like, pick one.
Yeah.
You want a desktop? You want a laptop? You make the choice and you live with that choice. The other thing I'm seeing a lot when I've been in town hall is all the multiple screens. There's just screens everywhere on people's desks, like multiple ones set up all over. Like, seriously, like this is like a municipality. I mean, this is taxpayers' money. This isn't IBM.
It's not Bloomberg.
I mean, this, yeah, exactly. It's not Bloomberg. It's not, you know.
And look, so I've, as an example, I'm a laptop person. I've been a laptop person forever. I don't know if I've ever had a desktop, and I like my one monitor and that's it. I mean, you know, people work differently, but I will say that if somebody wants an additional monitor and it's going to create a productive, they've got a justified piece from a productivity perspective. I also do view, I don't necessarily agree with a desktop and a laptop and an iPad and all of that. I think it starts to get too much, but I do think that the second monitors are not expensive. And if there's a productivity piece, I also think that an ROI back to the taxpayer is the most efficient. So that goes with the right software, the right equipment, things like that. So we can analyze why and who has them, but it's small dollars that may have a maximal benefit.
Yeah, the way I look at it is a monitor these days is a relatively cheap item. And if it just increases the efficiency of a person by 0.1%, and you're looking at a $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year employee, you're getting back the cost of that monitor many times over. So
And I would remind you, when you walk through the budget book, even if, you know, people that you might in your head think are making $50,000 a year, actually making some cases $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year. You'd be surprised as you go through this. I mean, we do live in Fairfield County, and we are in, you know, the union environment and whatnot. So in these positions. So Dave and I have spent a significant amount of time talking all things software. He's also spent, and that IT now falls currently under me. I know he spent a lot of time also with the first Selectman, Chief of Staff on this topic, hours and hours on software and the hardware. So we're trying to wade into all of these things, but you're not gonna fix or create a change overnight with it. But I do think we're looking forward to be able to come back to the board over the course of the next, 12 months with progress on some of these things, and the feedback's noted.
So one thing I might suggest is a policy, around it. There may be some rare exception where someone needs 2 devices like that, but that should be defined and, monitor, policy also maybe less stringent, but that we just don't automatically buy them for everyone. There's a need. I mean, I personally never used a monitor. I don't care. I like my laptop. So I just wouldn't, and I'm not saying we're doing this, but have us in a situation where that's just sort of something you automatically get handed. So a policy would be good, but okay.
Great.
Any other questions on IT? We have
Yeah,
some
just-
people
just-
waiting here, some
Just wanna
department
follow-
heads.
I just want to follow up on that. Dave, so
right.
how many people in town hall have multiple, like 2, 3, 4 monitors on their desk?
I'm not aware of anybody that has more than 2. The only
Okay.
place that I know of
Okay.
more than 2 is the 911 center.
Okay. And how much does it cost for a setup for that, including, your time and stuff like that to set it up? Like the apparatus that holds it, all that stuff.
We don't usually buy an apparatus. We just put 2 monitors on the desk with their factory stands.
Okay. I agree
You'll
with Mr.
find-
Charles. I
you'll
think
find
there
an
should be-
occasional
I should
bracket.
be a policy. I mean, has anybody ever been turned down? Have you ever turned anybody down?
I normally go to the department head and have them say, yes, so-and-so should have a second monitor. Any kind of new hardware deployment, I direct people to make the request through the department head.
But as you said, if you want to keep your email open on one screen and it's going to save you a microsecond, you say all those microseconds add up. So I think everyone would love to have your email open on one and then use the application you're working on, correct?
Well, I'll have to confess that up until last year, and I'm now 60, I never had dual monitors. Now that I have them, I've got to tell you, it makes things way quicker when you're working on 2 or 3 things at once, to be able to see them all, on their own. It really, I have to admit, I held out for a long, long time And I have to say that it
I hear
really
you.
does.
I hear
help
you. I also
Okay,
think,
so part of the policy should be you have to reach age 60?
yeah, you know, I hear you, but I also admit my 70-inch monitor at home is much better than my 36-inch monitor was. So it's just,
Yeah.
how you want to spend your money.
Okay,
I get it. I resisted for a long time, but I don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish.
agree. Okay.
Again, improving the efficiency, even just a tiny bit with someone, the payback is immense compared to the cost of the monitor.
All right, thank you. Are we set on IT? All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for everything you do.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to move on. Poor Sands, been sitting there patiently. Come on up. Everybody.
On this side. Yeah.
Right here, you get.
Look at the technology we have here.
Thank you. One, two.
All right,
Oh,
so just so for everybody's reference, this is Department 6010, Health, and that is on page 189 of the budget book.
Go ahead.
Page 188. No,
187.
188 and 189, so we've got revenue and we've got expense. And Sands, I'll leave it to you to hit the highlights in
Sure.
whatever ways makes sense.
Sure. From a revenue perspective, we just went with a 3-year average for all of our revenue. So we've stuck with that for the last couple of years, other than, sort of changes in recalibrating rates or stuff like that. We just keep with that. Regarding the expense side, on all the non-payroll line items, you'll see a lot of changes there, but they all equal out to zero. So I'm not asking for any increases. It's just shifting items from different lines, accounting for changes in usage over the years. So we've reduced certain line items and shifted that to other line items. So we're not asking for any increases there. The only increase you'll see in the we are requesting 2 part-time nurses. There was a new private school in town with a student makeup that requires full-time nursing. But we are not asking for a budget increase for that. Because we feel this may be temporary in nature, maybe a year or 2, that this condition will exist. The Finance Department suggested transferring from our seasonal flu account, where we pay nurses every year to work in our flu clinics. We have enough money in there to cover this expense for now. And so they suggested that, and so they've transferred that. You'll see in the last line of the revenue page that they transferred, let me pull that up. Miscellaneous health of $53,372 has been transferred to that line item, and that will go to pay for those 2 part-time nurses. That's really the overarching, the big, quick summary.
Sorry, is that a grant or?
No,
So that's revenue. The 53,000 is revenue. You're saying that's coming out of an expense line or?
from for decades, the way our flu clinics work is that it's self-supporting, and so we always take in a little bit more than we expend, and so it tends to build up, and so we have enough in there to cover this expense. So
Sands, can I add on what you said there? Just to speak about the mechanics here. So what Sands is talking about, if you go to the page 188 and you look at the last revenue line there, there's 53,372 budgeted in miscellaneous health. So what that really is reflecting is a transfer from our seasonal flu account. And like Sands said, that's a separate fund. That's really a special revenue fund where
Special revenue fund, okay.
we've just accrued a balance, and that was because during COVID we received some additional grant money, and because this is a temporary position, these are 2 what we consider to be temporary positions while we staff these 2 private schools that.
So this is kind of like the police cars. We had a special revenue account out there. We had some excess money in it and we're finding a way to utilize it in the operating budget.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Matola?
Why do we think it's a temporary situation?
Uh,
Go ahead.
So this school is currently only 3 years, and so the particular makeup of the student body, if the condition didn't exist, we wouldn't have full-time nursing there. We'd have very part-time. We'd probably cover it from our main office, provide screening, basic coverage that we provide for the very small private schools. So it's just really comes down to what's the acuity of the various students in the school, and if that acuity demands full-time nursing, that's what we have to provide.
So this could be like 1 or 2 students.
It could be,
Yeah.
yes. And so, and if this student is not at the school next year,
Right.
then
Or to another
to
school.
another school, then we wouldn't need those positions.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi. Are all of the nurses in all of our Fairfield public schools in this budget, or are they in the Board of Ed budget?
They're in this budget. You'll see we have 39 nurses listed, full and part-time, 23 full-time, and the rest are part-time nurses.
Okay, so a question on the compensation here. I know that for the Board of Ed, when we talk about that at our next meeting, the teachers' salaries and the contract was a big issue. And somebody raised to me that the nurses, they feel like their contract needs to be looked at or is in process and it's been held up. Is there anything happening with the contract with the nurses
I
that
can
would
speak to
increase
that.
this budget?
So
I'm not sure it's really an HR issue to talk about sort of the negotiations and where they are in that. I'm really not sure. I think they've.
So, and we would keep any estimates for that in a contingency account.
Yeah.
Since and we would discuss those in executive session.
All right, I promised this nurse I would ask this question, so I'm just fulfilling my promise. I will, I guess, hold that until we get to that section that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, we can certainly, when we do the contingency, if you want to go executive, we cover that item, but yeah.
Yeah, so ongoing union negotiations and the impact that they might have and making sure we have enough contingency budgeted, we cover those separately.
Okay.
can
Thank
I add one comment to that?
Of course.
Just on page 35, I did include a summary of the unions and when their contract expires. So the nurses' contract expires at the end of this year, at the end of fiscal year 24. And so we're currently discussing their contract and negotiations.
That was page 35, Frank?
Page 35, yeah. I lay out for any active contracts, there's the COLA that was received or budgeted for FY25, and then if they're expired, I note that, and if they expire at the end of the current fiscal year, I note that as well.
Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Walsh?
Sans was talking about his revenue, which we haven't really been, I guess, looking at because we haven't had to so far. But did we used to do, Frank, did we used to do revenue by department? Not just by source?
Yeah, so rather than what I found in prior years that created a lot of page flipping. So I for the department revenues, I included those in there, like in the department's budget. So you'll see it in Sans actual department. And then I also have the revenue, I think what you're asking about, that breaks out like licenses and that breaks them out by different revenue types, but I forget what the section's called, but I also have that in here. So the revenue by source is at the beginning of the book because there's really no way to tie that to each department. It's just by source. So that starts on page 7.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, I just have a quick question, and it's similar to the one from Dave in IT. I guess I'm a little concerned about where some of these departments are going with these costs for educational memberships. I mean, again, I understand the need for it. Just again, we went from a fiscal year 23 actual of 11,803, an increase of 5,000 in this year fiscal year 24 budget. I mean, I understand it's only 1890, 1,000, let's say $1,900 increase, 11.67%. I'm curious, Sans, is that because of maybe the two part-timers
No.
getting the education? What do you attribute that to?
Yes, there's part of that. So we also had a, you'll see above, that increases from a reduction in our fuel line. And so what happened there is, we no longer have a gasoline line because we've switched to electric vehicles. But what's happened is
Motor vehicle fuel.
our
Got it.
Our
Thank you.
department that used to have 5 vehicles
Yep.
was allocated 2. And so more people are going to be using their personal cars and submitting for mileage. So we're shifting, as I said, it's a 0 increase overall, but we're shifting things.
An honorary car, don't you, from the town of Fairfield? For all you did during our COVID problem?
I have to go.
You got an honorary car with your name on it and stuff?
I have to just hope there's a car in the key box when I get down to engineering now. So I gave up my car. So all of us did, except for we have 2 cars assigned to the department as opposed to 5 that we have. So
you don't get driven
have to
around.
kind of hope they get a car that day.
You don't get driven around then?
Excuse me?
You don't get driven around?
No.
Okay.
Would you like to volunteer for that? Okay. Yeah. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Cleary? Mr. Stark?
Did you say why you're reducing by 1 health aide?
I think that's a typo in there. Yeah. I think, Frank, right, that was a typo. We're not reducing a health aide.
Yeah, that's a typo.
Is the total still 17? Or is that a typo too?
No,
Because it went from 18 to 17 on the part-time current line.
I may have, I'll get back to you guys on that. I may have just consolidated the hours. I may have just like equated it to one, part-time equivalent. So I can get back to everybody on that.
Okay. Can I continue, Ms.?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The educational and membership line and travel and meetings line both went up by the same amount in dollars, 1890. Is there a reason? Are they correlated?
it's the fuel line that we
Yeah.
had before,
Yeah.
divided by half,
Okay.
and attributed to each of those lines,
Great.
because we expect to see increases. The nurses' union contract has a $500 education benefit for every nurse. So we're, if you 39 times 500, we're drastically underfunded on this line. And we have 2 new nurses. So we thought we're going to, and the usage is trending up. So we thought we would increase that a bit.
Great. I'm kind of trying to ask all the departments this. So on the travel and meetings line, you went up from 3,000 to the 4890. That's the difference of the 1890 we just discussed. Is any of that for food for your department for meetings?
No, not a penny.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. No, he just wants to make sure those credit cards don't get you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Cleary? Thank you, Sans.
Thank you,
Sorry to
Sans.
keep
Very
you
nice
so
for
late.
everything you do for
Appreciate you
this
being
town.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Human and Social Services, Julie DeMarco. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure this is what you wanted to be doing all night tonight. Welcome.
Green means go. Gotcha. Okay.
So this is, for everyone's reference, this is Department 6050. And that is page
193.
193. And hang on 1 second. $193 for the narrative, 194. So maybe just if you want to start with revenue and then to expense.
Okay. So you'll see the projected revenue is the class and membership fees we collect. I adjusted that down a little bit because we're seeing that the winter classes are a little less popular with the weather and people traveling. So we're trying to be a little bit more accurate with what we expect to bring in. So that's revenue. And then on the budget request, the big changes are the decrease in 53,200, the fees and professional services. We rounded that down as we're increasing the ask for the bottom line 58,760, which is the senior center programming fee. Those are the membership fees and the class fees that we collect. We pay all of our ongoing exercise instructors out of that new line, that 58,760. And this year, our Human Services Commission passed a policy change to increase the rate of pay for instructors for a range between $60 an hour and $100 an hour based on experience, class size, education. So that's why that bottom line has increased to 40,000. And we also have offered a couple more classes. And the fees and professional services is down, and we haven't been using that completely because we are paying their ongoing instructors out of the other budget, out of that bottom line. We use fees and professional services for one-time things or class equipment. I don't expect that we'll use all that, but we're going to see how it goes.
Okay, questions from the board. Mr. Walsh.
Thanks for being here, Julie. Always look forward to this night. Get to see you other than at church.
Same, yeah.
Anyway, your staff is staying the same. You've got the same number of employees, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your regular payroll is up 4.24%. Is that only because of contractual increases, or is there other reasons for that?
That's it.
That's it. All contractual.
Yeah.
I mean, all union people? Or
No.
Not part-time, obviously.
No, that's just contractual.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And that's the only question I have for you. Oh, except one other question. I'm just asking everybody. The 500, I know it's not a lot for you. $500. Is there any of that for food, for meetings or at all?
No.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Testani?
Hey, Julie, how are you? So I'm just curious, I know you sort of explained about line 58,760, the increase of 51%, and how that corresponds to the increase. So what you're saying is the increase in what we're paying instructors, would that equate to the entire increase of the 13,600?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the correlation between that and the revenue? So in other words, like, I'm not sure I understand if we're paying instructors more, yet our programs are less, right? And so is there a correlation there? I'm not sure why we're increasing costs of instructors when our demand for classes is decreasing.
I would not say the overall demand for classes is decreasing. It's just that winter session, and that's a weather, and that was based on our experience last year.
How many classes would you say that is? And how much do we usually charge per class?
We charge $3 per class. So if we have a session that has 11 classes, the times it meets, it's 33 a class. So like Zumba on Tuesday mornings is $33, each session. And that's 5 different registration sessions, 5 different series during the year.
That's the one Jim goes to, the Zumba class?
One of them. So that in the winter, if there's a teacher illness or a class cancellation, that's what that reflects.
No, I understand. I guess my concern is the revenue is I'm just trying to think of a way to increase the revenue to offset some of these increases to these instructors, because honestly, a $14,000 increase is, fairly significant. I mean,
It is. We went from paying all instructors $50 an hour to
$100 an hour, right?
No, not all of them. No, most of them are receiving $60. There's one that teaches several classes, is incredibly educated, and has a large class size. So one teacher is receiving that right now.
One teacher's receiving 100.
Yeah.
Every other teacher's receiving 60?
Yes.
Okay. And how many instructors are there?
9. I'm trying to do mental math. It's embarrassing.
So it would be 9 times 60.
Yeah.
And then the one that's the 100.
Right. So
Must
it's,
be a really good
well,
class.
but some classes, some instructors teach more than one class. So there's a few teachers teach two. Nobody teaches more than
Like
two.
60 per class, is
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay. And
60 an hour.
And I'm sorry, I think you said just this one instructor
Mm-hmm.
gets the $100, right? And that's just one class. Is that right?
She teaches two.
Two.
Right.
So she gets 200, correct?
She does. And she is our largest class and our most educated instructor.
Must be a really good
It's
instructor.
amazing.
What does she teach? I'm just curious.
Body balance.
What is it?
Body balance. And
Body
her-
balance.
Her rate of pay at other places is much.
I think,
Hi.
no, I want to take the class. I mean, it sounds great.
it is-
I'm in the senior category, so I could definitely take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't get in because it's full.
Yeah, maybe I'll put my name on the wait list.
Perfect, all right.
Thank you.
You're
That's it.
Other questions for Ms. DeMarco? Mr. Curley?
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily proposing an increase, but how do you determine that a class is $3 as opposed to $4?
It's a great question. We just started charging class fees last year, and we kept it at, some places charge $2, some places charge $5 or $6. We did a survey of the members. We brought it to the Human Services Commission, and we came up with $3, and that's the policy they passed.
Because I do agree with Mr. Testani to the extent that the cost to run the class is greater than the revenue, then that's a concern, or at least the incremental change, right? So,
Right.
I don't know if 350 or 4 is an option.
Right. It's definitely worth considering. We also don't allow a class to run if it doesn't cover the cost of the teacher per hour. So, each class
Good
needs
to
to
know.
have, if it's 6 days, you have to have 20 people.
So worry about it more, Craig, when you're my age.
I think you're making about $80 an hour on that $100 an hour instructor if you have 60 participants at $3. So she's actually bringing in some money.
It used to be 80. I know.
And it's important to take care of our seniors, so I want this in there.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Just want to remind you, seniors are 50 and up.
When is this class? I want to go. I'm serious.
Body balance. You can come check it out.
When? When is it?
Mondays and Fridays.
What time?
Mondays, I think, is at 10, might be 11, and Fridays is 11.
Friday, okay. I might show up on a Friday.
What?
I'm of age, so I could do it.
50 and up.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. DeMarco? Thank you. Sorry for making you sit here all night. I hope it
sorry
was
that you're not done.
fascinating. All right. Thank you. All right. So, library. Come on. I did warn you at the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Chair. Would you, do you want to sit in the front? Because otherwise the people on you can see, they'll only see your back on the WebEx. Yeah, come on up front. Yeah, please. That way they can see your face. It's fine, just move down. We just thought it would be good to have people's faces on the screen. No, you put that in your budget book where you want to follow up? Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right, so we are on library, which is Department 710, and this, the revenue page starts on page 205 for everyone's reference. And Scott, up to you. That's a minor amount. So any highlights you want to talk about?
The library is experiencing continued growth in usage and engagement in 2023. According to our state report, we saw a 16% increase in loan material, an average of about 163 items per hour. 35% increase in reference desk assistance, with staff helping patrons 67,000 times, and over 300,000 visits and 77,000 program attendees. The positive trends continue. We're just looking at Q2 of this year. We're still seeing a 15% increase in circulation compared to the same quarter last year, and a 14% increase in visits compared to the same quarter last year as well. The library continues to be a vibrant hub for our community, offering valuable resources, fostering strong engagement, and here are some highlights. Early literacy success, our Sing and Stomp program in the town green, with an average attendance of 275 children and family members. Our teen programs thrive. The Teen Council, under the guidance of our dedicated teen librarian, played a key role in developing and implementing several engaging programs. Interlibrary Loan, which we're proud to announce we successfully relaunched, which provides access to material across the state. And the libraries, these achievements demonstrate the library's commitment to serving the community and providing diverse resources and programs for all ages. And the library's continued success necessitates strategic planning for the future. And I just want to highlight some key focus areas for 2025. Enhanced resource availability, secure additional resources to meet the growing demand for library materials. This will ensure that our collection remains vibrant and caters to the evolving needs of the community. Expanding programming, developing engaging, constituent-oriented programs. This will foster connection and collaboration and promote the library as a hub for community interaction. And national benchmarking, implementing a Library of Things program similar to successful initiatives nationwide. This allows patrons to borrow everyday items, promoting resource sharing and reducing clutter. Further, we want to develop our existing makerspace to provide more opportunities for creativity and innovation. And we also want to reevaluate the library's approach to fines. The goal is to optimize return rates without creating barriers to access. We aim to strike a balance that aligns our mission of providing equal and ready access to resources to lifelong learners. By focusing on these areas, the library will continue to evolve and offer exceptional services that cater to the ever-changing needs of our community, a cherished and trusted value-added service to the town. There are a few things I want to highlight from our revenue line. Lines 41134, which we call Borrow It, you will see a 211% increase. It's about $14,000. This is income received for material loan to non-resident borrowers. This program is under state regulations. Not participating in this program is, it's not really an option. And if we were to take that option, it would make us ineligible for other state funding. My material is primarily loaned to Bridgeport, Trumbull, Easton, Stratford, and Westport. Fairfield, and this is an indication of that, Fairfield has one of the strongest collections in the state and most definitely in the region of this state. You will also see an increase of about $7,000 in 42378, which is miscellaneous. That's primarily public printing. What we're learning, or the trend we've seen over the last few years, is many people no longer have a printer in their household. They know that they can come to the library for printing. Then there is a decrease of 37.5% in line 42205. That's about $30,000. Nationally and in Connecticut, many libraries have gone fine-free. Over 1/3 of the libraries in the state are fine-free. This includes our neighbors of Westport, Bridgeport, and even my hometown of Seymour. This decrease in revenue would allow the library to examine the effectiveness of library late fees in our community and see if something like this is a good fit in Fairfield. It is important to note that this is for late fines, not unreturned material. And then rental fees, which we saw, we're projecting a 25% decrease. We aren't seeing the demand we once did, but we are considering raising the cost or reducing some of the limitations in that policy. And then on the expense side, there is line 51010. This is regular payroll. Part of this increase is adding a full-time staff member, investing in an additional teen librarian position, which will be a strategic move to maintain our leading position in teen services, address current challenges, and pave the way for future growth. This investment will benefit teens and strengthen the library as a vital community resource. Teen services staff are also assist in adult services, which would benefit staffing for evening and weekends. There's also an increase in 56130 and 56130 at Woods. This is about $4,000. As you can see, as our visits grow, so does our usage. I always like to remind the group that libraries haven't been about transactions in a very long time. In reality, most of our users come in and probably use us for about an hour to 2 hours. With that usage means more use of the bathroom, more spilled drinks, and just a need to clean more. And we've following stricter protocols after the pandemic. So these are and this is also with the additional pressures of inflation. And then there's line 56180, library materials. There's a 4.44% increase at Maine, which is about 20,000, and a 4% increase of about $5,000 at Woods. This increase is to meet the demand for more early literacy material, but also the increasing costs that come from unfair pricing and lease terms when it comes to ebook material, which is about 25% of our circulation. I would say, about $10,000 is due to a higher demand for early literacy material. And the rest would probably be for ebooks. Yes, which is 25% of our circulation. Just more ebooks in general because the demand is higher.
So Lori, can I ask something connected
Mr.
to that?
Testani, yes.
Yeah, so you're saying $470,000 is ebooks? Is that?
No, not 470,000. We're asking for an increase of $25,000, where about 15,000 of that would be for ebooks.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm looking at 56,180, right?
56,180.
Yeah, so, I mean, unless I'm reading it wrong, on that line, it's 470,000. The increase is 4.44% of 20,000, and you're attributing the 20,000 to the ebooks. Am I?
No,
right?
I'm attributing about 15,000 of that 20,000 to ebooks.
And when you say ebooks, help me to understand that. What does that mean exactly?
So we use, it's books that are downloaded to Kindles and e-readers. So it's ebook material.
And we charge for that?
No, we do not charge for that.
Okay.
We treat it as books. It's part of our
Services that the library provides?
Correct.
Gotcha, okay. All right. Yeah, no, I understand. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. I love you guys. I use the library every single day for the last 3.5 years. And I use Libby and Hoopla, which is free to taxpayers, which I didn't know because I was using Audible per book. Where is that cost here? Is that in library materials as well?
That is in library materials.
And
yes.
how much does it cost us for the use of Libby and Hoopla? Does it depend on titles or how does it work and users?
This right now, if you want, I can send you all the information about everything that's happening at a state level. So we'll take one book as an example. The price of one physical ebook is probably around $26 to $30. We hold that book forever until it's not used, and then we decide to weed it or deaccession it. Ebook is treated completely different. It is a lease model. It is not a purchase model. So we purchase a book, Mountains in the Ocean, the book that I'm currently reading. That book is not ours. We are paying to lease it or allow you to borrow it through a lease. Those prices are completely arbitrary. There are probably 8 publishers that really control the field. And they charge us whatever they want, and they put on restrictions. They put restrictions on us however they would like to put those restrictions on. So we may pay about $50 to $60 for that book. We may only have it for 2 years, or we may only have it for 26 loans. Our patrons can't borrow it simultaneously. It's a huge issue that's being taken on at a national level and a state level. SB 148, which just came out of one of the committees and has been co-sponsored by all of our delegates at the state level, is trying to deal with this issue. But yes, it's very expensive and there's a high demand. 25% of our circulation right now is ebooks and e-audiobooks.
But so 25% is ebooks and audiobooks.
Yeah, e-audiobooks. And it's going to grow with e-audiobooks because audiobooks are no longer being published on CD, they're no longer on CDs. They're no longer, because no one has CD players in their cars or at home. So if you want an audiobook in the future, you will have to do so, either purchase it through Audible or borrow it from the library with all of its restrictions.
Got it. I'm probably driving a lot of that expense.
Madam Chair, can I follow up on one thing? And I apologize. I meant to go to this line item earlier. So 51010, the regular payroll, and stop me if I'm wrong. I think you said the difference of the 236,000 is, did I understand it right, that it's one full-time person and the one teen librarian? Is that correct?
We are asking for one full-time position, that is the teen librarian. It's not additional positions.
It consists of.
Those are transfers.
I'm sorry?
Those are transfers from Woods.
Okay, gotcha. And the teen library, I'm sure I missed it, but where is that exactly? And I think I see it on the next page, right, under personnel summary. So that's 98,403, $98,403. Is that right?
That's correct.
So why is that? So there's going to be two then, correct? For $170,000?
There will be one at Maine, which is the head of teen services, and then the additional staff member who will primarily be at Woods. What we have experienced in the last 2 to 3 years, we had high usage for teens at the Woods branch because it's right by the middle school. And that's where we had the down under. We created a mock teens, kind of a flexible teen space. However, in the last 2 to 3 years, students in our district at the middle school and high school level have discovered the teen space at the main library. Not only the teen space at the main library, which is primarily used by tweens. Sorry, I'm a former teen services librarian, so I speak all of the lingo. So the teen space itself, which is beautiful, is primarily used by younger teens. But also we're seeing a huge influx of older teens who we used to use Fairfield University Library and other spaces that now absolutely love our library, probably because it's close to downtown. It's close to Starbucks. It's close to the ice cream place across the street. So not only is our teen room full, but now we're seeing teens in our study rooms, in the adjacent areas and in the other adult areas. We just, our teen librarian is really needing to concentrate more on Maine, which means that we really need someone dedicated at Woods.
Okay, so the one you have currently is at the main branch, correct?
She's at both.
She's at both. Okay.
If she could split herself in half, she would.
And this new person you want to have dedicated to Woods, correct?
Correct.
And their abilities would be exactly the same as the one at the main library. Is that right?
It would be programming, collection development. What will be different about the individual, well, not different. What's great about teen services librarians is they can also fulfill the role of doing adult services. So about 15 of their hours a week will probably be dedicated to public service, focusing on teens. So working on the desk, being there for after school. Then they'll still do about 10 to 12 hours on adult services desks, so those reference transactions. And then we probably give them about 2 to 3 hours to do programs or coordinate programs. And then about 6 to 8 hours to do collection development, which is overseeing the collection, purchasing material, making sure we have the correct material on the shelf. Also doing planning, programming, training, and being a part of meetings.
Okay, so could you just explain the difference between that and the, there's a separate position here for head of youth services. What is?
That's
that?
children's.
I'm sorry?
That's children and family.
It's
So it's
not inclusive of teens.
Yeah, so
children 2 to
it's birth.
Babies to
It's birth to
teens.
parents, really, but it's birth to 12 and then 12 to 18
And
for
that's
teen service.
one position currently, correct?
That's one head of children's services, yes.
And are there other people that work?
Absolutely.
How many?
2,
And where are they in this budget? Where are they in this budget?
they're in,
In the regular payroll line or?
yeah, they're in the regular payroll line.
Okay, all right, okay, all right, thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I'll try and be brief. I'm focused on the revenue side. There, you mentioned a couple of things that kind of caught my attention. So looking at the revenue, you talked about the borrow program. I get it. It's one that we want to participate in. It's great that we have good resources. I'm just curious about when we lend out to non-Fairfield entities, is the return rate consistent with Fairfield residents? I mean, just geographically, does it get, do
So-
things not come back?
Things do come back. The people who tend to reserve material, there's a little bit more of a staff interaction. They tend to be a little bit more what I like to call library patrons. They're not users. They're the people who come to the library, once or twice a week. They know the staff. They really value library services. They really want to be able to use their card. So the return rate is actually really high, which is nice to see.
Yep, I would hope so, and I'm glad to hear that. So thank you for confirming that. You also talked about on the fines line coming down that there's a trend to no fines. And this is a reduction. Is your plan to reduce fines overall, or is it, are you eliminating fines on certain content, or what's your thought there?
Right now, we really want to understand the need. It's careful consideration. So we'll do what we always do, which is we look what the national standard is, what the state standard is, and then we do pilots and implement. So at this point, we're looking at auto renewals. We're one of the few libraries in the state that doesn't do auto renewals for non-high demand material. And then the other is a focus on children and families. So my previous library, we did fine free first with children and families just to see if it's a good fit. And, really, it's not just about equity. I mean, equity is really what we want to drive with, but it's also an operational advantage. What we've seen at other libraries in the state and across the nation, and what I've seen in libraries that I've had gone fine free, is improved rate of returns. Studies have shown that fines don't necessarily guarantee timely returns. In some cases, they may discourage them. Eliminating fines can lead to higher return rates, therefore making materials available to more patrons. Enhanced customer service, reducing cash handling and fines related to issues can streamline operations, freeing up staff for time for more meaningful interactions with patrons, and it fosters a more positive customer service experience for everybody, and it reduces conflict. It really does. I've actually seen that at the libraries that I've been at.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and all of that makes sense. You also did mention that a no fine program doesn't eliminate a cost to the borrower if they don't return. Where is that showing up on the
That would still be in that line.
same line item?
Same.
Okay. No, that's thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you, Mr.
Can I
Curley.
follow up on Mr.
Mr.
Curley's question? So, this whole no fine thing. So you're saying, Mr. Jerry right now, she comes in, she says it every day. So now she wants some hot book, whatever the hot top seller is, right? And she can't get it, right? She's trying to reserve it. She's trying to go through whatever, because somebody has it at their house. Because the whole family's reading it, and maybe they pass it on to their brother, cousin, or whatever. How are you going to monitor that, whether this is successful or not, this no fine thing?
That happens now with fines.
Yeah,
And the reality of it is the person walks in the door and says, we held this book on a 7-day book. We held this book for an extra week, but there's no guilt. We're going to give you this money.
Yeah.
And we feel better about it. So fines don't reduce that scenario. And what it really does is, in some situations, your family, you've taken out 20 picture books, right? I know this person, and if you're looking for a picture book, it's always at the bottom of the hamper because they're heavy and they fall to the bottom of the hamper. So you've taken out 20 books and you're 4 days late and now you have a significant fine. Many people hold on to those books because they're embarrassed to come into the library. And that's what we've seen time and time again with libraries that have gone fine free. There's actually just as much of a likelihood as that person returning that book on time than there is them not. And fines really don't get in the way. And for individuals in this community who $5 does not seem like a lot to us, but to some people, $5 is their bus for the week to get to work. They're not letting their children borrow material because they don't want to have to pay those fines.
All right, could you monitor that for this coming year?
Absolutely. I mean, that's really, the
So, so when you come back next year?
yes,
to same,
absolutely.
like
You know me, you know I
yeah,
love
No,
to
no,
do
no, I just like to hear the statistics on how it works out.
And I was, before we went fine-free in Albany, I was anti-fine-free. And I was changed by the fact that my staff piloted a program for children, and I saw how impactful it was, and now I've been convinced they converted me.
Okay, what's your loss rate on books? Like, how many books do you either number or percent? I'd like to know both, actually, that do not get returned and you don't get money for them.
That is something I'll need to come back to.
Okay. And do you think that, you talked about this borrow it? Is that brand new or you've been doing that for a
No,
couple years?
that's in state regulations. That's been
Okay.
around for a very
Okay.
long time.
So do you have collection rates for that program?
We can come back. I mean, that was a great question, so we'll come back with those as well.
Okay, that's great. Could you get us, I know you guys have various trusts that you draw money off of and the interest and stuff like that.
Those are reported to the department.
Do we have that in the budget?
No.
Okay, normally we ask for that, so I think you've done it. You should be able to do it. You do it a year in and year out. Somebody asked for it. So can we just get the revenue numbers
We will get that for you.
that you make?
Sure, and it also will show, what they're investing in, which is often furniture
Yeah.
and large capital items. And then I always like to bring up the Friends because we need to give the Friends a shout out.
Sure.
They match us dollar for dollar when it comes to programming.
Okay.
So for every dollar that we spend through our town budget, more than $1 usually is spent by the Friends.
Okay. And on this teen librarian that you talked about, am I mistaken? Maybe I misheard this, but I'm a little slow and you were going kind of fast at the beginning when we got to one of the early lines. I thought it was line 5110, which says pay differential. But am I mistaken? That's where you're funding that position out of?
Yeah, so that pay differentials is for us to be open on Sundays.
Okay. Okay. So where were you talking about the teen librarian when you were kind of going, through the beginning?
Regular payroll.
Just regular payroll.
Regular
Okay.
payroll.
So that's one of the reasons it's up 16.16%.
Correct.
Okay. You have a travel and meetings line.
Yes. it is.
$3,500. Any of it used for food at meetings?
Absolutely not. We would love to use it on pizza, but we don't.
Okay. Well, I might be able to make you a deal.
Okay.
Anyway. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I, so you just promised a bunch of follow-up information. Can you get that to Frank? And Frank, if you're still there, I think it would be helpful, Frank, if you link that to the Google Sheet so that we know what it is. 'Cause sometimes we get all this stuff and we're kind of forget what the point of it is. So this way we know, put the question in, link the data, so we understand what question it's being responsive to. Thank you.
Okay.
Shane, did you have a question?
Thanks for being here so late and very thorough too. Thank you for that. On the 56-180 on the library materials, it sounded like you're pretty concerned about rising costs associated with ebooks, audiobooks, and you've also noticed an increase in demand for that. So do you anticipate like increasing the balance of ebooks that you guys are buying versus hard copy books?
We will have to at some point to meet demand.
And how do you figure out the demand? And I guess let me ask you this way. If you took out all the ebooks and all the audiobooks, would you expect a 25% decrease in demand? Would you see less volume, or people just kind of go and get I don't know, Amy might, but what would you, I don't even know if there's a way to track that, but what's your
So right
expectation?
now, wait lists for popular material is about 19 people waiting for popular material. So,
So is that like 19, how long does one keep an audio book or like a popular, 2 weeks?
3 weeks, we got a user here.
But what,
Okay, so 2 to 3 weeks, so 19 people. So that's a long time. to wait.
Years.
Yeah.
one person can take out
Only one at a time. That's part of the lease agreement. So they call it friction. So if I was to borrow an ebook from our collection, no one else can borrow that unless we purchase an additional contract.
Yeah.
So-
But
so
that's
would it
different
be-
for Audible books, right? Because you'll have multiple copies.
Yeah, we have to purchase multiple copies.
Yes.
So our OBOT, so our One Book, One Town, which I'm going to assume everyone here read. We had a fantastic event last night. We really had to balance out how many we were going to buy because the cost was so high for those.
So, but I mean, it would be cheaper, for example, to buy 4 books of the, I forget what the title is. My wife is reading it.
Okay.
But it would be cheaper to buy 4 just old fashioned bound books than 4 audiobooks.
Absolutely.
And so getting back to my original question, I guess, is there a way to kind of, to like, when you're saying the demand went up for audiobooks and ebooks, is that because they were available or because people are coming up like to the librarians and to the reference desk or whatever and saying, hey, I want this, but I really prefer to read audio. I prefer to listen.
So it's 2 things. When you're talking about ebooks, what we saw was a huge increase in people borrowing ebooks because the library had limited hours. But what we also saw was an adoption by older people to start using e-readers. So now we have all these individuals. Yeah, we have all these individuals who are library users, want to borrow from the library, or this is how books are expensive. This is how, with a fixed income, this is how they can continue to read their 1 to 2 books, a day. So they're now using ebooks as a way because they may have transportation issues. Another wonderful thing about Kindle, this is why I bought a paperweight like 3 months ago. My farsightedness has gotten horrible. So now I use a paperweight because I can expand the lettering. I can make them large print books. So I helped the woman, at the beach, yes. Or when you travel, you don't need to bring 5 books.
Can we bring them to the senior center?
We do. We work with the senior center all the time. We have a fantastic relationship with them. But it's not just a question of, it's not a luxury. It really is about accessibility. If you have transportation issues, if you work shift work, you can't come to the library when we're open, or if you're losing your ability to read, those books provide that. So that's driving some of the demand. Audiobooks, the demand's being driven because we won't have those physical formats anymore. There is no CD. They're not making CDs.
Thanks. That's helpful. One more question, and I don't know if you went over this at the beginning, but the line 5300, 53,200. It looks like there was in fiscal year 2024 there was one line item and then it got dropped down to 3 other to 3 separate items plus a little bit of money.
So this was a request I made 2 budget cycles ago coming in to the library. That was not a great phrase to use, but kind of a catch-all for multiple items that I didn't think matched up, and it made it difficult for budgeting. So some of those is technology that is directly related to library operations, particularly the most expensive piece, and Dave knows about it, which is our ILS, or Integrated Library System. This is specific software and database that how we keep track of our books, how we do inventory, how we keep track of library cards, so our user database, and also how we add item records. So I wanted that separated out just because I wanted to be able to budget more efficiently.
Thank you. Ms. Leclerc.
I had a couple follow-up items on the ebooks, sorry.
Sure.
And one is, do you allow those to be renewed? So when they're like a Heidemann book that you have 19 people waiting, can you renew that?
Only if no one's waiting.
Okay. And then the other question is, can people from out of town use our ebooks and log in and rent them?
So one thing that the state the state library, which we not only answer to the municipality, we also answer to the state, and we also answer to IMLS, so at a federal level as well. So when ebook collections first started being built, we did get the state, I was at Danbury at the time, we did get the state to agree that ebooks, because they were so expensive and there were so many restrictions, could only be loaned locally. Everything else from museum passes to library of things, we do need to allow people from out of our municipality to borrow that material.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leclerc. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, let's talk about the library of things. How many things you got?
Well, now my notes are closed. Right now, we've been piloting it for like the last 2 years. So we've done things like memory kits. It's actually where we've worked with Julie, which is if you feel like you have a family member who's in cognitive decline, you can actually borrow a bag that has games and exercises to help individuals who are going through that. We have puzzles, we have board games, we have STEM kits, which are really, really popular in our children's room. We've been doing that probably for 3 to 4 years. However, we've wanted to expand it. Some of the things that we've been thinking about or some of the things that we're going to launch are pickleball paddles, which we know from prior budget discussions that those are popular. Small tools that can be used, tools that people may not necessarily have in their household. We have discussed cake pans, but we're not sure about those just yet. So what was that? I would love that, but I think our town attorney would stop me at that one. But really the idea of these items is information literacy, which is what libraries are all about. Say, Jack, you want to start playing pickleball, but you don't want to invest in pickleball pad. Well, maybe after a lot of Zumba, you'll be able to play pickleball. You can come, you can borrow that, test it out, test out that hobby, bring it back to the library. It's a really great way to get people invested and interested in things. We've talked to Sam and we've talked to Julia. We've actually are thinking about heart rate monitors or at least blood pressure monitors. And again, you borrow those blood pressure monitors, you have them for a couple weeks, and then you decide, wow, this is really something that I should have in my household, and I go and purchase it.
What's the budget for that this year? I don't see a budget line.
So it's in our materials budget, but what we purchased last year was sub 1% of our materials budget. So really, this is a few $100s each time we had something. It's not anything huge. We've asked and talked with libraries across the state. There's about 47 libraries right now doing this in Connecticut. It's a minimal impact on collection development budgets. It's also a great way to get funding and donations.
You guys are going to go to I want a chainsaw. So I want to come to you and get it and borrow. I need a limb taken down off my tree. So I want to come to you and get my chainsaw.
We're going to stay away from chainsaws. I mean,
okay, I just don't know where this goes. I don't know where this goes.
It's really, we're going to look at demand and
Stick to puzzles and games.
puzzles and games and pickleball paddles. But no, you can see what other libraries are doing across the state. The library community's gotten good at this collection development. So I think we're very reasonable and I think we're really fiscally responsible. I always like to say the libraries are some of the most fiscally responsible entities.
Yeah. But as you loan stuff out and, right now it's sounding very benign, I guess, of the things you're renting out. But there could be a liability on something that we lend out. And I think our town attorney should see that list every year to see whether they want to void one of your purchases.
Yes. We worked with the previous town attorney and we'll be working with the current town attorney and also our HR department on what they're comfortable, what they're not comfortable with. And we have a conversation with other library directors and librarians about what their towns are allowing and what they're seeing as a liability.
Okay. Supply line, you're still buying movies?
We are, but that's, you've stolen Jack's question. So we have really decreased our purchasing of DVDs. I think DVDs will probably stop purchasing DVDs in about 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
It's important for people to understand that one thing that libraries do really well is still cater to people who take a long time to transition from one technology to another. Another issue that we have is some movies aren't available on streaming. And so people are looking for those movies and sometimes the library is the only one who has them. And also streaming is becoming really expensive. In my household, we're close to what we were spending on cable. So DVDs will never totally go away, but they've become cheaper in our spending. We have a graph. Our spending on DVDs has really matched almost perfectly.
We've given up VCRs and cassette tapes though, right?
We have, but they're popular. The kids like those formats, but we're not purchasing.
Okay. Can you send us a list of your supply line broken down on how you plan on spending that supply line? First, like books, like general.
So you're talking material, not
Yeah,
supplies.
I'm sorry, materials. Thank you for correcting me. Materials. So I think you've given us that to us in the past, like, ebooks, regular books.
We can break it down by age.
Yeah, whatever it is.
all
Yeah,
those
yeah, if you could just give it to us, so I don't have to ask you about every category.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Other questions? Okay, maybe just one last one. When you started out, you gave a very impressive summary of, the increased activity and engagement, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Is that indicative of a trend, or is it just that we're awesome in Fairfield? What's driving that? Is it programming? How do you account for that? Because it was really incredible, the numbers you provided in terms of, 16% higher, all of that stuff.
So I'll say, I'm 2 years and 3 months into this position, or 4 months into this position. There is not a day that does not go by that I'm not incredibly impressed by the staff, what they do, and their dedication. And I'm not just saying that as, that's what a CEO is supposed to say. I came from a larger library, and it was during the interview process that I was just completely blown away by everyone that I met, and blown away by the work that they were doing. So it is really just the reputation of the library in the community and in the state, and the fact that they are so proactive in finding things and creating things right before the demand really starts. Additionally, this is a reading community. I've never managed never managed a library where circulation was so high and the demand was so high, or working in the reference desk. I've never had to do so much reader's advisory in my career. So this is a highly literate, highly educated community, very talented staff, excellent programming, and our early literacy programming, so we get them very early. We could almost claim 100% of our students register for early literacy programming when they're children. And I really think we have a part to play in our high reading scores that go all the way to high school. Our story times are packed. We do 12 story times a week, and they're packed, and there's waiting lists. And people who are on the waiting list show up with the hope that they can get into that program. Our biggest issue is parking, not program participation or usage. So it's, again, to answer your question, I think in part it is the community, but I also just think we have an incredible staff and an incredible reputation, and people love using us. And everywhere I go, people go, "Oh, you're the town librarian. Your library is incredible." So, and I think it's, as a professional looking, critically, it's sometimes my job is just keeping amazing people happy and staying amazing.
And the increase in the teen usage that's driving the need for, are the young people were they just coming in to study, or is there stuff offered? I'm trying to understand
It's a varied use. So we have a great an amazing head of teen services. Her programming is just very popular. I have quotes that I'm not going to read because it's late, but I had several members of the teen community email me to say how much they cared about the library, how much they cared about the space, the safe place that's provided to them. I was a kid who grew up going to the library. As a teenager, I was not a good kid, but the library for me was a space I could go to. Sometimes when cutting school, I could go to. I didn't feel judged. I felt comfortable, and I felt safe. Our staff do an incredible job of creating a space that everybody there feels comfortable. There's also multiple users. You have the kids who are coming to programs, doing gaming, hanging out, but we also have a lot of kids who are coming and using us. We have a fantastic program where it's a card that we punch for every time you come and study, and then you get a prize for studying, and the kids love it. The older kids love it, which surprised me. So it's just a space in the community that they feel comfortable in, they feel welcomed in, that they can do studying or they can just hang out. And it's just amazing to watch it go on. When school let out early, I think it was yesterday, we were packed. I mean, we were in a meeting and we were nervous because we're like, we have to get back to the library and I walked through, there was not an empty table. And it was adults and seniors, because we're also a great place for seniors. I always say that we're on the front line of the loneliness epidemic. So we had, at one table, it's a senior just kind of hanging out, looking at a nonfiction book. And then the next table over, it's a teenager studying for the SATs. And then some other teenagers who probably didn't care about the SATs, goofing around on the computers in the teen room. So it's multi-generational. We also have kids who grew up going to the library, and we're still capturing them into like 17 and 18 years old, which is incredible. So.
Well, nice to end on such a positive note. Thank you for everything you're doing. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Pretty amazing. Does anyone else have any questions? All right, Scott, thank you very much. Got you out of here before midnight. All right. So before we adjourn, I just want to let the board members know quick, we had this big discussion about an April meeting internal audit. I did hear from our clerk that there are already, I believe, 8 capital projects on the agenda for the April meeting. So we're going to have to figure, and a couple of other things. So just stay tuned and we'll figure out how we fit that in, or, how we handle it.
We have the finance budget still on the agenda.
Oh, crap. I was ready to adjourn. It's a big one, finance. It's up to the board. Do you want to keep going, or?
I don't know, it's on the agenda.
We can postpone it to another meeting. I mean, Frank's going to be here anyway, so. We actually did not. We did expense separately because revenue is just a very different discussion, and there's a lot of backup because we have all the state grants, we have investment income, we have leases and all that stuff. So that's why we broke it out. But we can move expense onto the revenue night if everybody wants to do that. All right. Okay. All right. So we'll plan to do that and Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, whatever night finance is, maybe we'll do the revenue and the expense on the same night. Yeah. Yeah, typically the finance revenue conversation is a really substantive one, and I hate doing it at the end of the night because there's a lot of questions, and so that's why we did it separately, but we'll add expense onto it. All right, can I have a motion to adjourn then? Mr. Testani, seconded by Mr. Curley. Thank you, everyone. Good night.